year 2039. Gotham City has no heroes. Its people, no hope. Its youth, no future.
Evening, boys and girls. Who's up for some laughs?
Terry McGinnis was part of the problem.
You can't control your temper, and you'd better if you expect to get anywhere in life.
Yeah, I'll be a big success, just like you.
Until a moment of violence brought him to the door of a man named Bruce Wayne.
Let's put a smile on his face.
Leave him alone. Once known as the Batman.
Man, you're something. You okay?
Now, the Dark Knight will rise again to drive the shadow of evil from the streets of Gotham. Let's go! Supervillains, beware! There's a new Batman in town. Batman Beyond. Weeknights at 6:30.
You're pretty strong for some clown who thinks he's Batman.
I am Batman. Justice returns to Gotham.
Welcome to my world.
Only Tsunami. The land of Eternia is a paradise with a problem. An act of betrayal has created the ultimate evil. My face! And his name is Skeletor.
Eternia will be mine!
Battle position! The only thing that can stop his evil horde is a legend no one believes in.
A hero shall emerge.
And a prince with an attitude.
All this battle training is just fun and games.
Now, a sword will choose its master. A boy will become a man. And a hero will be born. Tsunami is proud to present He-Man like you've never seen him before in an all-new original movie. Masters of the Universe. Next Friday at 4. Only Tsunami.
4 turtles, mutated beyond recognition. For 15 years, the brothers hid in the sewers, training in the ancient ways of the ninja.
You cannot simply walk amongst the humans.
But we can certainly fly. Woohoo!
Now the teenagers finally surface, but the welcoming committee isn't quite what they expected.
Prepare to battle, costume fools.
We're not wearing costumes.
Don't miss the world premiere of the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Saturday, February 8th, 10:30 a.m. Only in the Fox Box.
The original Justice League has become a memory.
I am resigning from the Justice League.
What's gonna happen to the League now?
We rebuild. From the ashes of that great conflict, a new team has arisen. A much, much bigger team.
Each of you brings something different to the table.
Old friends, new heroes. And as usual, plenty of bad guys jumping up to get beat down.
Calm down, and I'll let you go. How about you kiss my ass?
Watch out, evildoers. There's nowhere to run, because this year they're all around you. The League is unlimited. Tsunami presents an all-new original series, starring every superhero worth cheering for, and then some. Justice League Unlimited, premiering July 31st at 8:30 p.m.
Now where am I exactly?
Among friends.
There's strength in numbers. Only Tsunami.
In a future where anyone could be a cyborg, cops are a little different. The legendary Cyberpunk classic finally comes to television in an all-new original series, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. New episodes every Saturday night at 12:30. The future is now.
Every night around the world, the children sleep, unaware of danger lurking in the shadows. But this night, a strange tune floats on the wind, and the children, one by one, begin to disappear.
I wonder where she could be going.
They are taken to a land of sweet memories and used to power an evil that feeds on their dreams.
My wonderful black dream hole is consuming dream energy from children.
Now, it's up to Sailor Moon and the Sailor Soldiers to put an end to this nightmare. This time, they're gonna need a little help.
Sailor Neptune!
Sailor Moon Super S, next Friday at 5:30. Dream on.
The children!
Only Tsunami.
This place is a town of forgetfulness.
40 years ago, everything we knew was destroyed. The face of the planet changed forever.
There isn't anyone who really knows exactly what did happen.
The survivors left without memories. In the aftermath, a new society has formed.
I perform a much-needed job here in the city of amnesia.
In Paradigm City, the rich close themselves into giant domes, while the poor must live without protection. But one man stands for something more, and he does it in serious style.
As a professional, I just try to do my best.
His name is Roger Smith, the Negotiator.
Try this.
Goes against my principles, but I don't have a choice.
His allies, an android, a butler,
Leave this up to me.
and Big O.
It's showtime!
When they start a job, they always see it through.
Rest in peace! Bye-bye.
Enemies of Paradigm City, beware. There's a new robot on the block.
You're not going anywhere! You crazy little fool! You're gonna get yourself killed! Time to finish this!
Stay here if we do!
It ends it once and for all!
Big O, weekdays at 5:30. Good guys still wear black. Only Tsunami.
The destruction of Unicron has created a black hole, which threatens to swallow the planet.
Let's go!
Now, the Autobots' only hope is to find the ancient planet keys.
Prepare for battle!
But as usual, the Decepticons aren't playing along.
Beat it, Megatron! Oh, really?
Transformers Cybertron. New episodes, Saturdays at 7. Unlock the power.
Gotcha!
Only Tsunami.
From beyond any known galaxy, bringing with them the laws and ideals of their doomed planet Thundera, come the ThunderCats. Jaga, the wise. Tigra, the invisible. Chitara, the quick. Wily Cat and Wily Kit, a cunning junior duo. Patrol, the deadly. And the Snark. The ThunderCats, all sworn to serve their young lord, Lion-O, and to instruct him in the secrets of the Eye of Thundera. The the eye embedded in the hilt of the mystic Sword of Omens, and the source of the ThunderCats' power.
Thunder, 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 ThunderCats, ho!
Pursuing the ThunderCats to Third Earth, and determined to possess the Eye of Thundera for their own evil purposes, are the hideous mutants of the planet Plundar, led by the reptilian Sly. They form an unholy alliance with the ageless devil priest of First Earth, Mumra.
Reactor engaged. Faction locked. All go.
ThunderCats are loose.
You know, the funny thing is, I started saying there wasn't any scuff. I do not know why the mic was muted. It happens a lot for some reason. But anyways, scuff aside, because you cannot have a stream with me without scuff. You can't. It is impossible. It is impossible to have a stream with me without scuff. But anyways, thank you for the patience. But I know it's going to be an unusual stream here. I haven't for a long time gone over any videos concerning me. But this one is so special in its objective stupidity that we'll be going over it. But of course, as always, housekeeping. I don't want to hear it from you, Sonny. I will fight you, and I will win. So, as you guys have seen with the community posts, a couple things, that I have 2 copyright claims, 2 strikes on my channel. One from I Love Kim Possible a lot because, well, she can't seem to learn. Ever. In the history of anything. And the second one was from the Purple Sacramentan. Now, that one's really funny. And the reason why it's really funny is because of what happened today. If you were to search Purple Sacramentan on YouTube now, all you're going to find are my videos on them, or streams on them, and Vlad's video on him. Sorry, just moving a cord around here. Because the loser's channel got terminated again. And where did I venture a guess? Highly possible due to all the freaking doxes he kept putting on his stinking, community posts. So, rip bozo, die in a fire, I don't care. Which means, when it eventually happens, where the 10 days has passed, that's automatically going to be released. And as far as the KP stuff goes, she's not going to hire a lawyer. And even if they did, it'd just be a waste of her money. Or her parents' money. Now, one's in the chat if you guys saw the community post I made about art today. Right? One in the chat if you saw the community post about art. I will wait. All right, so does anybody know who the artist for those pieces are? Or is, rather. Was. Anybody? Do you know? Do you know who the artist for those pieces was? I hate the chat being delayed. I really do. Not the age, but I'm talking about, do you know who the person is? Okay, so type 3 in chat if you guys have kept up with the newest season of Baki on Netflix. No, it's not freaking Septipaws. Alright, so we got a few threes here. So, Mono, you are on the same page. Okay, so the question was, who here saw the art that I posted on the community tab? And then it was, does anybody know who did it? And now I asked, has anybody kept up with the newest season of Baki? The reason I ask is because in the season of Baki, they introduce a historical character that they have brought to the modern age by the name of Miyamoto Musashi. And anybody who's been a practitioner of martial arts, or been in business, or studied ancient warfare, knows that name. He is one of, if not the most well-known samurai that's ever existed. A dude was an absolute maniac. But, after living his very interesting life, TLDR, won his first lethal duel at 13. By the age of 30, he had won 61 of them. That's just on the record, not even counting what's off the record. In his older years, he started doing art, and that was all his art. The most famous image you will ever find of him is a self-portrait. And I find that incredibly fascinating, that this dude spent the majority of his life wrecking literally anybody he can run across, being involved in actual wars, and then when he's like 48, he's like, you know what, I need to paint a bird. I like that. I like that a lot. But, what are we getting into today, right? Since we've done the housekeeping now. And I give you guys a fun historical fact, because I want to, this week or next, get a video out about that concerning Baki, because there's a lot of people in the community of the fandom that are really mad about the season, and that's because they don't actually have a clue what the writer's trying to get at here, and they don't have a clue about who Musashi is. But anyways, what are we covering today? Well, this is by an individual named ADOTJ. And whose community is this loser from? He's from Malcolm's community. And he put out this hour and 40-minute long video that totally tells my entire story. He doesn't get anything wrong ever. It is the best video of all time. It's actually the absolute worst. Like, the only video, and I haven't even seen this one yet, but so far, the track for the worst video on me ever currently belongs to Kumo. So, we're going to see how bad this one is, because from what I understand, it's awful. But here's the trigger warning. Transphobia, ableism, zoophilia, sexism, racism, drug abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse, oh no, child sexual abuse material, pedophilia, and more. And the truth is, when he puts it out like this, especially when it's a video about me, it makes people think I've done all these things. This video is not made for the faint of heart and contains material not suitable for all ages, although edited to follow suit to his times of service. Viewer discretion is advised. I will copyright strike you with holy divinity. Yes, Gallagher. So, I will say this to begin. I will right now say, J, or however you pronounce your goofy little name here, you are welcome to come into the server and add me, and you can defend your video if you want to. But from what I understand, this is an absolutely awful video. He gets almost nothing right, and I am going to be a dickhead about it. And maybe I'll cover other videos in the future. But let me go ahead and do everyone a favor. Put this on 1.5 speed. Now, I will have a guest with me in the very near future on this, because it's Vlad, but he's getting something to eat. So let's begin. Star Wars is gay. I cringe. Hold on. Let me go back. I want to read through that again. Information was gathered on websites like Discord, Reddit, the Internet Archive, YouTube, and Kiwi Farms. All information presented is for informal purposes under the Fair Use Act of 1976. No copyright. This is so gay. Because he cites all these things, and he still gets everything wrong. If you are dealing with a predator in your area, call Rain. Okay, so I want to make this very clear. Rain's not going to do dick about a predator in your area. And this guy is so mind-numbingly stupid. He just repeats the same thing he has heard from literally everybody else, ever, without realizing what Rain does or who Rain is. It's amazing. It's amazing. Because Rain, if a kid's getting touched in a house and the parents don't do anything about it, Rain will not save them. They cannot remove a child from the home. Rain's also not going to do anything on the legal aspect. They can't. They're not allowed to. They are a victim advocate resource and nothing more. And the fact that this moron puts this on the video, like, if you're dealing with a predator in your area, call Rain. You know what Rain's going to tell you to do? If you call them and tell them there's a predator in your area, they're going to say, call law enforcement. So we can't even get that right. It's alright, don't worry, Jay. I'll fight you in the freaking Waffle House. The fact that this guy's a hardcore Star Wars fan that's not cool like Gallagher, that tells me this guy just actually needs to be bullied into the ground. Oh my god, I am not going to sit here and let this wall scroll go by like it makes any sense. Like, how do I get past this? It's a period of destruction. This is so unspeakably gay. This is so unspeakably... I'm going to mute this so I don't have to get hit with a copyright strike of a loser who makes his entire personality Star Wars. After the fall of Creepshow art, a new group called the Senate rises up and takes over with the goal of being supreme pedophile hunters. Trademark pirate permitted. Senate existed before the fall of Creepshow. Can't even get that right. So you know what? I'd say make it a drinking game, but everybody would die of alcohol poisoning. Everybody would die of alcohol poisoning. But after the leaks of the Fruitcake Club by Kumo, Lio must find a way to protect his image from the many detractors sent his way. Will Lio, with the help of Pooh and Beckett, save the community with their edgy memes, or will they destroy themselves like they did with their other communities? What are you on about? Like, this is when you can tell this guy has no job, no life, and doesn't actually fact-check anything. This is the story of the decay of the art community. It had a place of generation to begin with. I hope George Lucas, like, finds this guy and beats him with a cudgel. What's going up, Gila? Did you watch this, Gila? Because it's painful. Drinking game tomorrow. Oh, you poor sucker. Please don't do that to your friends. Who messaged me? Was it Vladdy Vlad? Is he back? No, it's Sonny again. Yes, Sonny, I know. He already said he won't join stream. He's acting ignoring his own video, FYI. Okay, so I was just passed by somebody. The guy is essentially saying that he's not going to defend his video and he's going to avoid it. If you can't defend your content, don't make content. Especially if it's drama content. Don't be a pussy, you stupid pussy. Oh my god, more Star Wars! Kill yourself!
What if I was to tell you that there are stories that are long and are intended to teach you about the beauty of the simplicity of drawing that is brought upon people who make them? Sometimes a drawing can be seen as an original work, but everybody wants to make something that's popular. The internet back then used to be a Wild West back in the day, and many artists want that.
Why does everybody who makes awful videos on me sound exactly the same? No, seriously, like, why do they always sound like they got cotton in their mouths?
Old perspective back into their control. Rock and roll died when Elvis took over. Hip-hop died when Drake said it was God's plan. But art died when people started hunting pedophiles instead of simping over Sans the Skeleton. Oh.
What? What are you on about, you stupid crackhead? What even was that when they started going after pedophiles instead of simping for Sans the Skeleton? I mean, first and foremost, there's a lot of pedophiles in Undertale. Ask Inla, she defends them.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Kill yourself.
Jokes aside, welcome to the long-awaited video of one of the worst communities on the internet.
Long-awaited by whom? All two of your fans? and your anonymous sources, who, by the way, are kid touchers. We're going to get into that, don't you worry, big boy.
A community that is so bad that the commentary community would rather cover locale content than deal with the bullshit that is the art commentary community.
Incorrect. There's plenty of people in the commentary community go over art commentary stuff. Guess who tells them where to go? I wonder. You want to know why a lot of them can't handle these areas? Because they're not equipped to deal with the insanity this place covers. And it's not due to the fact that, like, they're not used to dealing with insanity. Is that there's a different grade of lunatic that I deal with that, frankly, none of these people want to. And it's not because I'm a bad person. It's because they're not equipped for it. They don't have the stones for it.
As stated by Cecil McFly in their excellent video about the fall of the ACC, the community is like a trash fire, and it's so interesting to watch.
Yeah, and you're part of it. Congratulations, stupid. Hop in the dumpster. Weather's fine.
Lanza also stated in his videos on both LioConvoy and on the art commentary community the exact same thing, and said that it was the whiniest, most pettiest community in the history of YouTube, and even Discord and Twitter.
Well, he's also wrong about that. I can name at least 3 other communities that are worse. Anything with Undertale, anything with Minecraft. In general, honestly, the toy collector community can be pretty whiny and pathetic. Oh, and anything that's involving Steven freaking Universe. But then again, I've been around communities, not just one, where I sit there and think I'm the best community member ever because the regular commentary community is so much better than the ACC. No, you guys are just as stupid.
But whatever happened to this? Well, most people, when they think of art commentary, they know about the Toby drama, the Madame drama, the Fall of Creepshow arcs. But what if I was to tell you that the story got worse from here? That a community crumbled the minute people started...
Worse? Creepshow art had child porn. Why does everybody forget that?
Playing their cards right and wrong. Also, anti-art commentary groups started popping up too. And with more allegations coming out about the people who run this beer, I feel like it's the perfect time to do a timeline video talking about how the community of whiny bitches turned into a community full of even more whiny bitches with careers behind them.
I mean, I never put my career on YouTube, but then again, he's sitting here calling other people whining, but he's literally too much of a scared little pussy boy to stand by his own video. Or heck, even delete it if he doesn't stand by it. No, instead, he's getting weirded out by the fact that I'm covering it, and the fact that, surprise, surprise, UTTP freaks have been showing up and spamming his comments. Oh, I'm sure he's all big shocked about that.
Sorry, but personally, this is one of the worst deep dives that I've ever seen of a community in general. There is so much information out there, and people have made multi-hour videos trying to talk about the entire thing that...
And every single one you just listed is dog crap, and yours is going to be worse.
I wanted to condense it down. There was so much goddamn info, and I could probably make a deep dive iceberg series on individuals and make loads of money off of it, but I'm gonna do...
You're not going to make loads of money off of anything. Your content's trash. And your research is trash, because you are trash.
Do it all in one video, because I hate myself, and I love the convenience of people who love watching long videos.
Oh, hi, Multi in the chat. Why don't you go back to playing with your pedophile friends?
By the way, I'm doing something a bit experimental here again.
And for those of you wondering, Multi is the person with the fedora tipping profile picture. They've been constantly obsessed with me for 2 years now. Has had about 12 to 13 individual calls. Never learns anything. Gets bullied by everybody. And then comes back to claim that I'm part of, like, the satanic elite involved with Hollywood. Because I only deal with sane people.
I'm going to be dropping a Google Doc link and a survey in the description below for people who have anonymous stories, or for people who have noticed mistakes on it.
Really? Give me a second here. Let me see if that's still around. Let me see if that's still around. Let me see if the Google Doc's in there. Oh, by the way, just so you're aware, one of the links he lists is the Internet Archive, where he tried to pretend to be Sarah to upload the Senate archives. So congratulations on trying to pretend to be somebody because you thought that would get you attention. And then again, that's the entirety of what this video is. Also, there's no Google Doc here. Huh. Interesting. Did somebody bully you, little boy? Vladimir is here. Let me check something. I wish people would stop pinging me. One day these people are going to learn. I won't be pinged when I'm freaking streaming. All right, it is Vladimir time. We call the Pooh Man. Good evening, Vlad.
What's up?
You already missed. Of course, you already missed the cringe intro that just literally copied Star Wars and made me want to commit homicide.
Oh, I saw the intro.
So absolutely stupid.
Yeah, me, a Star Wars fan, has been very upset with this video.
Yeah. Again, I made it very clear. I think Star Wars is one of the, anchor points for why the nerd community is awful, and this is not doing anything to convince me otherwise.
Nah, I think it was fine before anime.
No, it was not. It absolutely was not.
Listen. Star Wars did not bring about lolicon. I rest my case.
No, instead, it started to turn monster humping into an international sport.
Beats the shit out of lolicon.
I mean, maybe in the meat. Either way, it did make a bunch of entitled, unironic man-children whose dads, I guess, never came back from the milk and cigarettes.
Listen, all I'm saying is either way, I would totally boink a Twi'lek, okay?
I can't even argue with you on that. I hate you. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm doing this out of the respect for victims, but I'm also doing it because there are some people that
are
in the
my god. Oh my god.
Respect for victims. All of my victims. All billions of my victims.
That's not even the problem with the sentence. Let's assume that the what he's saying is correct or whatever, and that there are victims and stuff, etc. How is giving like a 1 to 5 minute summary of every tiny little drama and being wrong in the process in said summary, like in any way respectful to anyone, let alone the victims?
It's not, but you want to know what's even better? He's already made it clear he's not going to show up to defend his video. So respectful for the victims, he won't even get in my face about it.
I mean, if he was respectful for the victims, he'd just delete the video.
Hold on, real quick, Billa. I do not chastise monster humpers. I state facts. Also, what tiger women? But no, this guy is an absolute coward. These people never do it because of respect for the victims. Because number one, they don't talk to any of them. They don't have the decency to get the details right. And then, they fail miserably when it comes to actually defending their stuff. It's goofy. But I love how goofy it is. Let's continue.
That are afraid to speak up because of people like LioConvoy, Gilded Pooh, and Cope and Seath. Out of the
Wait, what? Yes! It is your fault the victims won't speak up, Vlad. Stop bullying my victims.
Hold on, to be clear. I have not actually watched this whole thing. I have watched, like, a few parts here and there. Like, I skimmed through it or whatever, but wow. Okay. And Beckett? Really? Like, come on.
Well, I mean, is Beckett, like, being a full Hitokiri behind the scenes? Is he taking out my ops without telling me? The answer is no. What he actually does is he sees who I am dealing with, tells me, Lio, I am not getting involved in this. Those people are crazy, and I don't want to deal with it. And then that's it. That is it.
I'm just going to throw out here that Beckett is, like, the least threatening person ever.
Tell that to Bonk.
Well, he's a brony, so, I mean, to be fair, he's probably scared of rodents.
Would you say that they are, in fact, a superstitious, cowardly lot?
I would say they're subhuman, but, you know, whatever.
Fair.
Victims, if you don't feel safe making public comments, feel free to use my anonymous survey thing in the description below to be able to share your story. I understand being afraid of speaking out publicly against a person with more subscribers than you, but my goal with this video is to essentially be a safe space for victims, but also to be a way to tell a story about one of the most deranged communities out there.
How many pedophiles do you think are currently in his DMs?
Korova.
Yeah, but that's one. And he's talking about, thank Lyle's victim, the majority of the people I have bullied are kid touchers, harassers, and general losers, and he wants to make a safe space for them. Very intelligent.
Something else that I want to bring up as well is that I'm going to do something a little bit different than most of the YouTubers that cover this stuff. I will not be including any audios of any of the calls that I will be talking about.
For the safety of the victims in this video, no audio from any calls will be used, but they will be mentioned. Screenshots will be included in this video. So no way to verify if what he's saying is correct. Also, again, he didn't reach out to literally anyone. Because I already have it confirmed that one person he says is an anonymous source never actually talked to him ever. Apparently, Beefamet, there is no link. He never put it there. Or if he did, he already retracted it. Maybe he got too many dick pics in it. I don't know.
Today. The reason I am not including any of the audios in the calls is because 1, a lot of the audios are very hard to follow and very hard to understand. 2, they contain disheartening comments and disheartening audio towards people who have been screwed over. And 3, out of the respect for people who have been negatively affected by calls in Senate, Cat Slayer, and the Block Barrel, I've made the decision not to include these audio calls and questions, and I've also made the decision to keep some of these people anonymous.
You ought to consider...
true.
Right? Go ahead.
He just lied. Lied. The actual reason is he didn't listen to any of them. So...
Yeah?
There you go.
That, and you can say a lot of things about the calls I've been in. Hard to follow ain't one of them.
Hold on, let me think. The Rosa call was pretty confusing.
Well, that's because you had like 4 different chefs in the kitchen, but at the same time, like the
4.
general calls. Yeah.
Yeah, 4.
4.
Like, yeah, okay. More like 97.
I'm using metaphor, okay? I actually don't remember the exact number of people.
Yeah, there was a lot. But no, but it was confusing, not narratively, which I think is what he's getting at. But it was confusing just because of the chaos. But yeah, like chaotic calls were kind of whatever. But yeah, I mean, like narratively, like most of them make sense. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like, you know, Peaches ever got on any of those calls, got drunk, and then slurred away in senseless babble or anything. She would never.
Okay. But no, it's just ridiculous. And all the calls in Cat Slayer and Guac Barrel. Guac Barrel operates completely differently than later Senate or Cat Slayer. And there's not a single person that has been pulled into a call there to be bullied, not held accountable, bullied, that didn't deserve it, or wasn't really freaking funny. And I'm not going to apologize for it. Of course, not that this guy has any examples, but still.
The one person that I was like, what was it? What would you call it? The last hanger on or whatever. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to steer away from a food coma. I had like a 1.5 pound steak. Okay,
oh, so that's good.
Yeah. With shrimp.
I'm jealous now. I hate you.
But no, what happened is that yeah, the last person I would have still defended, aside from I guess Jax, would have been Sasu. And well, he kind of just screwed that up, and now I just don't care.
Oh, don't worry about that. He's going to be really mad next week.
Yeah, so, like, he just started, like, bashing me, and it's like, dude, like, I was probably the only guy that was willing to at least somewhat defend you. Like, what are you doing?
Well, the funny thing is, like, again, I'm not going to defend the last call that we had in Cat Slayer with Sasu, because I did not inform everybody.
I will now.
I know you will, but I won't. I won't, because I should have informed the mods better what the intent was here. That way, what was done to him wouldn't have been that. We would have just bullied him like we should have, right? But you have to keep in mind, there are several calls that happened well before this that highlights why I was tearing into him. And when those go public, people will understand the guy is a freak and needs to continually be put in the dirt, because otherwise he will keep trying to come back. And he just needs to go away. And he refuses to. In fact, hi Sasu, I know you're in Malcolm's server, like every other loser who's anti-me.
Yeah, when you say dirt, I was thinking about ovens.
Don't cut yourself on that edge, Vlad.
Yeah, don't cut myself on all that edge. I don't want to end up in Auschwitz.
I'm going to put you on a train heading towards a brick wall. You keep it up.
You can listen to these calls yourself if you want to. Also, since we are going to be talking about serious allegations, as well as stuff containing stuff relating to minors, no illicit imagery will also be shown in this video as well, and will be displayed, not at all.
Well, no shit!
We never showed any of that to begin with. What is this guy smoking?
Dude.
We're excited, the crack pipe.
This guy just wrote TOS on the screen, I guess. Like, that's what it, like...
Wait, hold on. He says he's not going to show any explicit videos. Does he have some? See, I never have to worry about telling people I'm not going to show something I don't have.
Well, it's not even just that. It's what he has written there in Star Wars font is just, I'm not going to violate TOS. But you don't have to say that. That's kind of just assumed by the fact that the video is viewable.
Shh, don't use logic. Also, it is funny, though, that he's doing the whole not safe for work material. In the thumbnail, he has, like, porn of the channel mascot that he knows wasn't A, consented to, as gay as you might say that is, but B, kind of kills his entire point. These people are insane.
YouTube. Finally, if you know any of the artist's art who is being used in this video and I forgot to credit it, please let me know in the comments below and I will make sure to give them proper credit if they want credit. If they would like to remain anonymous, please respect their opinion and keep them anonymous.
No!
If any other issues pop up during the making of this video, please leave a comment in the description below. This video is going to be difficult to make. Many people have warned me about making this video because of some of the people I will be talking about.
You should have listened. Now you learn the hard way, big boy.
But I've made the decision that I'm going to do this video because I believe the people deserve a video about a complicated, crazy history. Let's dive in.
Figures and vehicles each sold separately from LJM.
I want to explain to you the pawn of the community. And what if I was to tell you that the person who was trying to control this pawn started off as a trans femme succubus, then turned into a peach with too many emotions?
What? What? Since when did Sarah ever use me to go after anybody? What?
Who?
That's what he was talking about, the trans femme spider. He put up a picture of Sarah. He says that I'm essentially saying I'm a pawn and that I was used by Sarah and then Peaches.
Okay. Whatever. I don't even like Peaches maybe, but Sarah's
definitely
kind of a stretch.
Well, I'd say not to be super homo about it, but I'd say I was more of a knight than anything, constantly having to fight everybody. But never Sarah, and calling her a trans femme succubus. When has Sarah ever identified herself as a succubus for her character persona? Never! That's why she has the freaking spider legs, you idiot!
Then turned into a ripoff of Lore Olympics, and...
What? Wait, now he's saying that Hidden is using me? What?
Well, to be fair, her intentions are hidden. So it does leave room for speculation.
Please overdose on heroin, Vlad.
That sounds amazing.
Is now currently the Y2K protagonist.
Wait, what?
I'm the pawn of Beckett now? What?
Wait.
What?
Oh, what's Y2K protagonist? What does that mean?
Some game where there's a guy who does actually look a bit like Beckett and he gets bullied over it, but apparently I'm Beckett's attack animal now? Now we're going to find out why Lilo and Stitch is here. This will be interesting.
Not even his own found family is a part of this rare play scenario. Meet Lio Convoy.
Lio Convoy, age 42. I'm older now. Huh.
Wow.
I could have sworn I was 40. Can't even get that right. Profession. Toy reviews, 80s and 90s nostalgia. That's not my profession. Real profession, botched predator hunter. Well, the thing is, a lot of people say that. I don't think I botched anything in regards to predator hunting. I always reported them. This is just more nonsense. That's not my profession. Fun fact, Lio Convoy's lion mask is now with Kristen Ark. Wow, guys, he got one thing right!
Dude, that's kind of based. Yeah.
For once. Also, that's not my origin at all, but we'll listen to him yammer.
Boy wants to be remembered as a long-running channel that would be known for toy reviews, story times, reviewing the animated series ThunderCats, and generally being a hero.
I've never presented myself as a hero. What is this projection nonsense? The dude just went on about how he wants to do this for the victims, but
it's not true. You did wear a Batman suit.
That had nothing to do with being a hero. That had to do with being based and tasing somebody in the nipple. You can't take that from me. Come on, that's a great clip. You can't deny that.
I didn't watch the clip. I just saw the photos.
Really? Man, that's a shame, because I actually do tase him right in the nipple.
Lol.
But I would be saying that if Lio wasn't known for being a botched pedophile hunter, ableist sheep herder,
citation needed, citation needed.
harasser of minors,
citation needed.
vanilla brat tamer.
Ew!
Wait, what?
Vanilla brat tamer? Why is he putting sexual connotations into things? What is wrong with this guy?
Here's my problem with that sentence, actually. It's not the sexual connotation, by the way.
Oh boy,
it's the word vanilla. None of these people are vanilla. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. These are all like, the bottom feeders of society.
Well, that on top of that, like this, it's very obvious.
I'm kidding.
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure that's in relation to Zach, because that's the one that talks about how he's
okay.
a
Zach is not vanilla. Zach is like actually just degenerate.
Yeah,
he plays fighting games.
I mean, that is fair. But no, like, what is it with all these sexless losers constantly trying to project sexual intention onto me with no evidence?
Abusive stepfather, kinky
Abusive stepfather? When have I abused anybody in my found family? Actually, with evidence, please.
It says kinky stepfather.
The only kink should have been in, like, the umbilical cord around this guy's neck when he was born. Yeah, no wonder he's not defending this. He knows he's going to get annihilated if he shows up here.
Autistic poser.
How am I an autistic poser? I'm pretty sure I had the tism. I mean, I can do some JoJo poses if he really needs me to, but I don't really feel like it.
No. He's not saying you're posing as autistic. He says you're posing autistically.
Okay, you took that in a different direction. Fair.
Suicide baiter.
Suicide baiter? I mean, I do tell people to kill themselves. I guess that one's fair. Nothing else that I needed to add. Just look at the video in the sidebar and be the judge. Kill yourself.
More phrases that would make me lose money on YouTube because this guy is weird. Based on the videos that I have seen of this person without context, I would think that this person is deranged. And the fact that people see him as a beacon is...
What's wrong with my thumbnails? Because that's what he's showing. He's showing thumbnails on my channel. Where's the derangement here? Is the derangement in the room with us right now, big guy? Is it there, tough guy? Huh.
Well, to be fair...
Here we go. Come on, hit me with it.
Kaz is in one of the thumbnail, or two of the thumbnails. So.
Yeah, but the thumbnail isn't deranged. He is. It's a bit different.
Oh, fair.
Weird. But who takes him seriously? I will explain that more later.
You do. That's why you're scared of me.
According to my anonymous source, LioConvoy started off as a pure blood sporter when he began his
By the way, his anonymous source is a Fox Mafia member named Korova Milk Bar, who currently goes under the moniker of Lord Fartquad in Malcolm's server, who we were able to find out that's who he was because he came into Senate under the name of Lolly Lover. During the Fox Mafia War, Pizza was able to tag his account as being an alt, and Malcolm's community's been told this and just lets him stay there because they really like kid touchers.
Question. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't you start off in the brony sphere?
No, technically I started off in the Transformer sphere and the toy review and cartoon sphere.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I remember like the very early videos you had like the weird like I can't remember if it was like a cat cave or like a transformer cave thing, but you also had like a transformer PFP thing. It was weird. So
but stuff. Over a decade old now.
Huh?
It's over a decade old now, so I'm even having a hard time remembering that far back.
Yeah. But I mean all they had to do is all that has to happen, by the way. All I had to do is go to your channel, okay? No, screw the anonymous source, right? Go to your channel, click the videos tab, and then sort by oldest.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I had to do. It takes 10 seconds of research without needing an anonymous pet source.
Well, the funny thing is a lot of people are like, Lio made predator hunting content. That is like literally the least amount of content I've ever made on my channel. It's amazing, actually. All right, continuing.
Pedophile hunting career on Facebook in the early 2010s.
I didn't do pedophile hunting on Facebook in the 2010s. I was bullying people about bad Transformer takes. What is this guy on? Crack. He's on crack. And not even a good crack.
Then he would drag people onto Skype calls, and that's where the confrontation calls began.
What? What is he talking about? I would drag people onto Skype calls? I freaking hated Skype. What's he talking about?
The earliest
I was going to say, you used Skype?
Call that I could...
Like a while ago, but I had to for like the comic work I did.
Yeah.
The calls by themselves.
I don't remember.
I never had I've had like maybe one confrontation call on Skype, and it was with freaking FNGR.
God.
Yeah. The calls by themselves, shouldn't be themselves, are very hard to follow since they are behind creators. They are behind creators, I mean about, who left the internet almost a decade ago. If this was 2010, it would have been 15 years ago. What?
find dates back to 2018, but the majority of the Skype logs are now lost to time, as Skype unfortunately shut down in 2024, and the archival of the logs are a lot more difficult to grab than
Well, you wouldn't have the archive of the logs anyways unless somebody gave them to you from those groups, you idiot.
Logs on websites like TeamSpeak, Stout, and Discord. The YouTube story of it actually begins in 2019, after Lio Convoy exposed a man of petty crimes for Star Wars toys.
Actually, mine started in 2018. But okay, buddy. And the crimes weren't petty, for the record. They were felonies.
I'm not even...
At least I think so. It's been a while since I watched that video.
I'm kidding, this is a real thing. In regards to the pedophile hunting career, the two earliest groups...
Also, I want to make this clear. The videos I did on Denobi, I got so visceral with him about because he was accusing a friend of mine of lying to his community and trying to get a witch hunt against him. So I tore into him. I exposed that he is, in fact, actually a thief with a conviction record to get that point across. Could I have handled it better? Absolutely. I don't stand by everything I said in those videos, but the general point was still the general point.
That I could find via archiving was the group Limbo, ran by controversial YouTuber FNGR, and Zoophile Police Department, which I will be bringing up over time.
I didn't do anything specifically with the police department. I wasn't even one of their members. I just sorted some things out for them because they were incompetent.
FNGR and LioConvoy would split due to some misinformation being spread by FNGR and some weird comment about stalking that FNGR made himself.
No, that's not what happened.
I thought it was over diaper fetishists.
No, it was because he accused somebody of being a predator because he was mad at the guy and didn't have any sufficient evidence for it. And when what he claimed it was actually shown, it was nothing like what he said. That it's literally in that stream that it says he watched.
Oh.
Lio took accountability for this issue and moved away from the group. Zoophile Police would be the introduction to Monstrous, the right-hand woman of Lio Convoy.
Two things. Number one, Zoophile Police was not where I met Monstrous, and she is not my right-hand woman. She's a friend, although she is the top kitten in the Discord since everybody wants to forget she exists until right now. No, I met Monstrous through Patch, not through Zoophile Police. Again, not a... You know what? Somebody just needs to do a video on this guy, just calling him like a dog-humping kid toucher with no evidence and see if he likes it.
To give a simple TLDR, Zoophile Police was an old pedo hunting organization that started in 2020. The group was known for having people like Lio,
It wasn't in 2020, and it didn't have me.
Zura, Cass Warfox...
Razura? Razura. It says right there, Ruza. Where's the second R, stupid?
And Monstrous within the group years later.
Monstrous was never in the Zoophile Police group. Ruza and Cass were. That's where I met Cass. It is not where I met Monstrous.
Well, wait. Zoophile Police. Yeah, no, never mind. Okay. Yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, no, she had she was in the cartoon video.
Yes, but she wasn't part of the Zoophile Police Twitter.
Oh.
That's what's being referenced here.
Zora has not posted on the internet since 2022, and Cass Fox would get exposed for being a part of Fox Mafia and fucking up a pedophile case in 2022.
Wait. He would be exposed for being a part of Fox Mafia.
Yes,
bro,
a part.
Come on.
Not the owner of the server and the leader of the group, but a part. Also, he wasn't exposed for screwing up a pedophile case. He was exposed for being one. And it was in 2023. The date is right under every single video. How can you screw this up? Like, you had to work hard to screw this up.
This is why you leave it to the professionals.
Name the professionals. Let me see if you can do anything other than say, rain, 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 rain.
It was not perfect either, as starting in the at least 2020, Lio would be in multiple confrontation calls, which would usually lead to
I'm not in that.
bullying, harassment, or doxing.
Evidence? Evidence? Evidence, please.
Around the end of the Finger era and the beginning of the War of the Terrible Pedophile Hunting Groups would be the creation of the Senate, which is not created by Lio, it was created by somebody else.
Spider-Man can handle... Spider-Man, a video game from Potter Brothers.
Slithering out of the shadows for the very first time is Kraken Serafina.
Kraken Serafina. Name, Kraken Serafina. Age, late 20s to early 30s. Profession, investigator of predators and creator of the Senate. Okay. Fun fact, they are pedophile hunting on VR chat. Sorry, he's trying to use the ThunderCats font because he thinks it's going to bother me when he's just too stupid to know how to use it right. Now, and rebrand has not been successful. She's never done predator hunting on VR chat. And her rebrand isn't quote-unquote successful because she doesn't put content out. Like, what? What? And we're only 10 minutes in. We're only 10 minutes in.
Formerly known as Queen Serafina and more well known as Queen Serafina, a former ACC YouTuber / pedophile investigator.
She's never been in the ACC.
Who would create the Senate. They have not been active in a while, and some would argue that they have not relevant to the story, but they are.
You haven't been active in a while, Sarah. How do you feel about that?
Actually created 2 Discord servers that are important to this tale. The Senate and the Guac Barrel.
Sarah did not create the Guac barrel. Jeb Bush did. Literally, there's an account named Jeb Bush that created the Guac barrel. Again, no research.
Their connections are important as they are a longtime collaborator and friend with YouTuber That Creepy Reading, as well.
I wouldn't say longtime collaborator, maybe friend.
As another bad cop with LioConvoy. Fun fact,
Sarah's a bad cop? Are you kidding me?
Creepy Reading's video on Creepshow Art features Serafina as a speaker for another section of the video on YouTubers that need to be deleted.
Yeah, she voiced some bits for it. He does that with a lot of different people. Doesn't mean that Sarah helped with any investigating. What?
But let me explain the differences between the servers. The Senate was a front and was essentially created as a place where people can have ethical debates while harassing pedophiles. This became...
No. What?
Dude.
See, Dot, this is why you don't get your information from pedophiles. Alright, buddy? Alright, buddy?
In the official hush box for Hopeless Peaches and their friends after Serafina gave control of the server to Lio.
Okay, that last part's kind of accurate.
Barrel, or top of the barrel, as some people refer to, are where
top of the barrel. Top of the barrel.
What?
Yes, he says top of the barrel is Guac Barrel. They're completely separate servers, made by completely different people in completely different timelines.
One's inspired by the other, but that's the extent of the similarity.
In name, but that's about it.
Calls happen. Behind the scenes stuff happens. Many of the main calls would happen or would eventually get leaked here, and many major changes would also happen as well.
Okay, name a single Guac call that's been quote-unquote leaked. Oh wait, none. None of them have been leaked.
Well, it depends on what you mean by leaked.
As in, put out without anybody's authorization or permission.
Yeah. But, okay, actually, not what you mean by leaked. I'm sorry. It depends on what he means by leaked. Because a lot of these YouTubers just mean released. They don't make a distinction between those two things.
Well, then those people need to find a nail and put it into their tongue.
I agree, but it happens a lot.
Not the only thing Serafina did, as Serafina would go after...
Serafina instigated a trolling group that was led by Gilded Pooh, and they would go, and they would start to go back and forth because Serafina started it. I wasn't aware you and Sarah collaborated on a trolling group.
No, this is a grammar issue. He sucks at grammar. He's saying she went after a trolling group. That group, the group that she instigated was led by me. He's referring to my server. That's what he's talking about.
Antagonized. The word's antagonized. And Sarah didn't start it.
Technically, I started it. If you want to be, like, ultra autistic.
Yeah, and then Baishi came in and did Baishi things.
Yeah, but no, like, but the thing is, though, is that it says Serafina instigated a trolling group.
See? Even grammatically it doesn't make any sense.
No, yeah, I know. There's like a word missing or too many words. I don't know which, but I don't know if I would call my server a trolling group. It's just a bunch of pootards.
Fair.
And troll other servers, and would even go after infamous troll Gilded Pooh.
Sarah wasn't known for trolling other servers. What? The Gilded Age of the Senate. Vlad, you were part of Senate? Why didn't you tell me, buddy?
I was there in spirit.
Sad thing is, if you actually were there, it probably would have prevented a lot of stupid crap.
Meet Gilded Pooh.
No, I would have been banned. That's actually all that would have happened.
Not if you came into the beginning.
YouTuber with a controversial past.
So, name, Gilded Pooh. Age, constipation. Okay, that was funny. Constipation, 30s. Profession, a-hole, commentary, pedophile hunter. You're a pedophile hunter, Vlad?
No, here's the other thing. What's a commentary pedo hunter?
I guess he makes commentary while he's hunting the pedos.
I guess. But no, I was never a pedo hunter. This takes like 15 seconds of research. Like the times I infamously said, I don't care about the victims. Like, I don't know how many times I have to say this.
Yeah, didn't a bunch of, like, Hellsphere dorks try to use that against you, like, literally a month ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I doubled down, and then nobody cared anymore.
Fun fact, the image that gilded poo used with a dolphin and a horse was used as a punishment in the Senate for 2 years. Vlad, did you know that you're the one who had the Dolphin comic?
Yeah, apparently. I told this guy, I said, I have never shared nor even possessed this comic, short of almost said Falgi, short of Baiji spamming it in my server, right? Which it all got instantly nuked. So as soon as I banned him. So yeah, no, like this is just insane. In fact, not only that, I was the one who found out who drew it and found the page of the artist and found out that, this might surprise you, Lio, that the artist that drew it is a zoophile.
Yeah. You want to know who was following that artist?
Patchwork?
Fursky.
Oh, close enough.
Fursky would make massive rants about how the Dolphin comic was the worst thing ever. It promoted zoophilia, while she's sitting there literally watching a feral account. Now, to be very clear, I always initially thought the Dolphin comic was a weird shock image that was absurd, because there's no way in my mind I could look at that and think it's sexual in any way, really. It's awkward, weird, and stupid, and it's made to make people freak out. But, to make a point, Vlad never posted it. In fact, whenever a Dolphin's posted around him, he gets PTSD flashbacks. This is Baiji erasure, which literally, do you know, if he had blamed me for it, I could at least understand the complaint there, because it was Baiji. He was one of my mods in my server. But no, you never touched that comic.
Not only that, I'm not only being blamed for it being shared, I'm being blamed for it being used as a horse, or as a punishment drawing, literally 2 years before I even heard of the Senate server.
Yes, and on top of that, while people obviously should not be happy about the fact that the drawing aspect happened, we had a rule that if you were uncomfortable drawing something, all you do is tell us and we give you a different thing to do. This is so dumb.
Not giving a fuck. It is related to a dolphin and a horse. If you know, you know. Before he shot the terabyte drive, Gilded Poo was in possession of zoophilia, gore, as a form of trolling.
Have you ever had gore as a form of trolling?
No. I mean, like, I've had, like, memes that kind of, like, touch on that or whatever, but it were not, like, whenever people say gore, it wasn't like that typically, no. I didn't have, like, images of gore for the sake of gore. I don't even watch horror movies, by the way.
Well, hold on. Maybe we're looking at this in the wrong direction. Did you ever have any memes about Al Gore?
Yes, and I spammed Stardust with it once. It was great.
Okay, maybe that's...
She hated gore.
Clearly, that's what he means here. You had memes of Al Gore.
Oh yeah, exactly. But no, gore is just boring. So I don't really. Like, there is ways that, like, I've seen, like, gore videos that were funny, or they weren't videos, sorry, they were memes. But generally speaking, like, what he's talking about is not something I partook in. Now, by the way, part of this is because most of the people that I trolled, I didn't have to go to the extreme of gore. Like, oftentimes, like, prolapse or gay black porn was enough.
Okay. Oh, you couldn't get through the stream without mentioning it once. Okay, Vlad. Okay, buddy. But no, like, also, aren't you, like, not the stereotype, but aren't you, like, kind of old country? Didn't you do, like, hunting when you were younger?
Yes, yeah.
So, field dressing's normal to you. So, of course,
yes.
Gore's gonna bore you.
Yeah, true.
God, these people are dumb.
People within commentary would be critical of taking his word.
Editor's note, this is before Thunderdome debates. Nowadays, Gilded Poo is seen in a more favorable but controversial for his opinion. I guess that's fair.
At face value, Gilded Poo is nowadays known for being a common collaborator with Cope and Seed as well as LioConvoy, but back in the day, he was a hardcore bloodsporter and a troll who was known for being just an asshole and being proud of it. Queen Seraphina and Poo would go back and forth a little bit, with LioConvoy jumping into the fray as well. Due to...
I just jumped in the fray, Vlad. It had nothing to do with us initially going at it on Twitter or anything.
Yeah, I'm giving up on this guy's ability to follow a timeline. This is insane.
raid on the Senate, and after a confrontation call, Lio and Pooh would end off on good terms for now. But bad blood would build up between these two, as the new Senate was forming around Lio, and the backstabbing comments around Pooh in 2022 and 2024. But enough of that.
I don't know.
Wait, the backstabbing
comments. Yes, the backstabbing comments that was so prevalent in our spaces, totally. He's just making this stuff up.
I don't know what he's even talking about.
Well, neither does he!
Okay.
Let's see where our heroes of the ACC left off.
I'm not in the ACC, asshole.
You're tangential. Chapter 4.
No.
Yes, you are. You're on the sideline. You're picking shots where you can. Don't even play pretend.
Queen Seraphina is far closer to ACC than I'll ever be.
We need to get you to doodle something. The start of the Fruitcake Club, 2021 through 2022. Idiot.
I was also there.
Apparently.
What'll come up next, yeah.
During the Madame drama, there were two sides forming within the ACC. One that was surrounding Creepshow Art and Madame, and the other that was surrounding Hopeless Peaches. The main...
What? No! No! The Madame drama was between Madame and, God, what was her name? The kid she went after. Had nothing to do with Creepshow Heart or Peaches.
Yeah, damn it.
Okay, that was good. I can't even be mad. That was actually really clever. I hate you for that.
Stream would get to see the fall of Creepshow, but what happened to Peaches and their group? Well, we'll go back to their downfall in a bit. According to Kumo, in his 9-hour video about the FCK, the group was made up around the Slimmers drama with Lady Madame, who was known as the female Leafy at the time.
Yeah, which was also in 2019, but okay, buddy.
As both Toastify and Turkey Tom have clarified. The group would consist of many YouTubers and their friends. I will go over this list a little bit later, but to essentially give a TLDR, the server would be later known for sharing sexually explicit materials to minor, which I will not be showing for obvious reasons.
Well, not inherently two minors in the server, more of around them, which is a bit different. The two minors was in DMs.
Some of the experiences in the server are amplified in a video made by Teddy That Draws. It is on LioConvoy's channel.
Credit goes to LioConvoy for exposing the FCK to Teddy's story. Exposing the FCK to Teddy's story to his wider audience, really. So I exposed the FCK to Teddy's story. Can he write?
I
Slimmers,
really feel bad for. I feel bad for Kumo.
I do too. He doesn't deserve this.
But he did get permission to upload and request the upload, so go check it out right there. Fun fact, Dunsville and LS Mark were both invited to the Fruitcake Club, but did not participate as they were only friends with Future Butters and Hopeless Peaches at the time.
No? Maybe Fuchsia, but not friends with Peaches. What?
And they are not involved in the story at all. But allow me to introduce the main culprit against the Fruitcake Club. Meet Kumo, a 21-year-old YouTuber who has been documenting...
Kumo, age 22. I actually think he's a little older than that. Profession, YouTuber. That's not his profession. You know, you can always tell when somebody thinks they're going to be big on YouTube when they call other random people who do this for fun or entertainment or whatever as professionals. Long-term thorn inside of the ACC. No, it's the SCC he's the long-term thorn of. Fun fact, the FCK at the time thought that transphobia was more important than not safe for work material at the time.
Yeah.
So at the time. Their words, there as in a location, words not mine. Did this guy graduate high school? Did he get on Hooked on Phonics? We need to get Cookie Monster in here for this moron.
Look, I just want to say, like, of course YouTuber is not Akuma's profession. Cotton is. He's into agriculture.
Anything else you want to get out of your system, Vlad?
I mean, he is. I mean, if you know anything about him, he likes
I know. He also has a retention pond shaped like California that I told him he needs to blow up. Because screw communism.
Yeah, and by things, I mean cotton. Anyway, sorry, go on.
And in the FCK since 2021. Being the primary target for multiple videos being made on him, all...
It was also since, like, 2019, not 2021, but okay, buddy.
Because of a bad take on Slimmers, a minor at the time who made an art commission to Madame.
Okay, I want to be very clear here. While Akumu did not in any way deserve the amount of harassment and obsession he got, it wasn't just a bad take. It was a little bit more involved than just a bad take.
Wait, who's bad take? Sorry?
Akumu. Apparently he got harassed for just a simple bad take. No, that's not it. It wasn't just a bad take. He did a little bit more than a bad take. And even he'll admit that he got stupid in some cases, but he was also like 16.
Oh, well, fair.
This is 4 to 5 years worth of Art CC history and info in relation to the Fruitcake Club or FCK and their Discord server. That is the Discord server. An extensively detailed timeline showing everything that happened in absurd detail that you clearly didn't watch!
In a description of his 9-hour video, this is 4 to 5 years worth of ArtCC history and info in relation to the Fruitcake Club or the FCK, and their Discord server, an extensively detailed timeline showing everything in absurd detail. To provide a brief TLDR for that video, he was the primary target of the group in the hug box since he was 16 years old due to their issues with Slimmers around that time.
Editor's note, Akumu's issues with Slimmers were a non-issue. No, they were not. But the fact that a bunch of YouTubers were trying to destroy the social life of a teenager is insane. That I'll agree with.
Multiple YouTubers would make videos trying to expose Kumo and his behavior and focusing on the core issues of the
Editor's note 2. I don't condone transphobia in any sense of the imagination. So do you condone it in any sense of reality? But also the full scale of the FCK operation was not exposed. What? It wasn't really a scale, it was trash talk. What? Multi, find a knife and stab yourself.
Transphobia, rather than focusing on Akumu's core issues, which was his issues with the group. A person by the name of Toasty Vanilla would later encourage multiple artists, some of whom were minors at the time.
Toasty Vanilla was considered one of the worst examples of spreading this pornography next to Hopeless Peaches, Fuchsia Butters, and Doodle Tones. Hopeless Peaches never posted pornography in the FCK. Not once. Her biggest crime was not telling people about it happening and then actively trying to pretend that she didn't know what was going on in there.
I think she posted, like, a lewd drawing, but it wasn't, like...
No, she didn't even post a lewd drawing. She posted a picture of her kissing somebody, but that was it.
No, dude, I swear. Who was it that
was
posted
Toasty.
the drawing?
That was Toasty. He posted
the massage in the...
That was Toasty. He posted that. She didn't.
Oh, I swore that was Peaches. Okay.
Nope.
To create NSFW art for them. Over time, multiple users would report these YouTubers sharing pornography with minors in a private Discord server. According
No, they didn't. They didn't do that at the time. It came later.
to Teddy That Draws, in a comment section of the video that was made, Toasty Vanilla would ask for their sexual preferences and encourage them to draw NSFW material on the server. Teddy was between the ages of 14 to 17 at the time and was pressured by people like Toasty to make lewd material. Some of these artists who are staying anonymous for this video were as young as 13 to 14 years old.
They're not anonymous. They've been listed in several videos. You're not morally grandstanding appropriately here.
Making sexual art to satisfy the fetish of Toasty Vanilla and others in the group.
Yeah, well, you should give him some pointers.
I should. I'll give him some comic quotes to yell at people. Oh, and to Axe, Peaches allegedly drew it, but she didn't post it. That's the difference.
They would receive images of self-harm and other pornographic images as old as 30. And
pornographic images as old as 30 doesn't mean sent by 30-year-olds. I don't think there was a single 30-year-old in that group. What is he on about? The oldest member of the Fruitcake Club was confirmed to be at least 30 years old at the time of the server's prominence. Who? I don't think there was a single 30-year-old in there.
Maybe even more. Teddy would not like to be contacted with people who are a part of the FCK. Please do not contact Teddy.
Yeah, but you'll use her as a cudgel against people, won't you, Chief?
The Fruitcake Club would start going after Kumo more because of his suspicion of the group. Additionally, more people would start to gather information on the group to the point...
I don't know.
The logs were given to LioConvoy back in 2022. Lio would sit on this information and would not do anything with the information until it was leaked to the internet in 2024.
2023 is when I got the logs. He's also missing what I did with them and what I could do with them. I got them in 2023, and I looked through them because I was on call with Peaches, and she wanted to see what was going to be weaponized. I found nothing she posted that could be a problem. And then I had literally no time to look through literally all the other logs. Logs that, by the way, took a Kumu over a year to look through, if I recall correctly. Because I had to be in call with her all the time. So with what time was I supposed to do this? Even then, I had no clue there was grooming in that server. Inappropriate behavior? Yes. Grooming? No, we didn't find out about that until a Kumu started talking about it publicly. How does he get so many basic things so wrong? This has been talked about to death.
And more stories would come out in 2025. Lio has...
2025? What? 2024, stupid.
Implied that he does regret the way the FCK information was handled.
Yeah, I should have helped Akumu with it. I could have done better on that, instead of listening to Peaches and just ghosting him and cutting him off.
As well as people being critical of its story being connected to bigger YouTubers, but this would only be the beginning. Put a pin in the section, as it will be important for later. The fall of Creepshow Art. Creepshow Art, or Shannon, was a YouTuber that started their career as a simple story.
This guy is really just going to the dawning of time.
Yeah, and even getting that wrong.
I know.
There was a rumor that her husband, Anthony, is running Dreading. What?
Teller, and would eventually evolve into talking about art-related dramas during the peak of their career. Many figures like Monwi, prison mate Luke, and even the former ACC power couple, Kai and Omnia, would begin running the other side of the community. This, however, would not suffice. Creepshow Art would attempt to go after to expose Hopeless Peaches, but this would backfire not just for Shannon, but it would backfire for nearly everybody involved with Shannon.
No, it didn't backfire for her. She got away with it. And the only reason anything... I'm going to wait to see if he gets this right. I'm going to wait to see if he gets this right.
Including their partner Anthony for the harassment towards Emily Artful. Emily Artful was a victim of manipulation by Shannon and their partner at the time. Anthony, over the course of 10 years, starting in 2011 and 2012...
Hold on, let me back up a little bit on that. Well, let me... Try this again.
After to expose Hopeless Peaches, but this would backfire not just for Shannon, but it would backfire for nearly everybody involved with Shannon, including their partner Anthony for the harassment towards Emily Artful.
Emily has ambitions of being a children's author and illustration of the book Mommy Nest of the Stars. Again, let's see if he mentions what actually happened. I'm curious.
Was a victim of manipulation by Shannon and their partner at the time. Anthony,
not manipulation, harassment. There was no manipulation. It was just harassment.
The course of 10 years, starting
in
2011.
Is this a different Anthony? How many Anthonys are in this sphere? Holy shit.
Too many. We need to cull the herd. Get your gun.
2012, divorced Emily Artful. And I can't do the story justice as some of the evidence has been...
I don't think they were married. What?
Lost of time due to deleted videos. But to give a brief story, Emily dealt with some serious abuse and stalking from Shannon to the point that her entire livelihood eventually led to drug use, mental health issues, and even thoughts of suicide. Thankfully, Emily is doing a lot better mentally as of me writing this video. They have made the decision to leave YouTube and begin a world book series known as The Inhabitant of Honey Hill. If you want to check out her last upload, it'll be linked right here. I also recommend the interview that she did with Swoop, which is right over here. Please do not contact Emily Artful about these stories. Creepshow Art would officially retire in 2021 and would be officially terminated in 2023. Prison mate Luke would completely disappear.
So he doesn't go over it. Okay, so what Emily Artful got in trouble for was she was talking trash about several people, including her own sister, on locale farms. They were able to suss out who she was, right? She was able to suss out who she was, exposed her for that, for being a catty woman who does not, I'm sure that would surprise you, does not hold the values she claims to privately when she talks so heavily publicly about these things.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like she was trying to get people to harass her own sister.
So I've never asked this. Why did Prison Mate Luke disappear off the internet? Like, was he, like... Because he was just, like, correct about several things. He was, like, ahead of his time in some ways.
You know, just because you shake an 8-ball and it gets a couple of good predictions doesn't mean the 8-ball still ain't broken.
I mean, I know he was kind of insane, but I just mean, like, other than that.
I'll tell you why. Because he got booty blasted for the things he actually did get wrong, he continued to get wrong, and when he was asked if he could have a call with some of the people he hurt, he said, "My mental health can't take that," and hasn't been seen since. And
God, gay. Okay,
yeah, and then people in the community tried their best to sweep for him, and that's when I started hating people in these spheres.
The internet and has not appeared since.
Yeah, Creepshow's the one who went on to locale. Did I say Emily? My apologies. You don't need to type in all caps, guys. I'm gonna misspeak sometimes. It's okay. Chill.
Tsunami would get a racial controversy on TikTok and disappear. But what happened to Kai and Omnia? This one's gonna be a little rough.
May 24th at 8
well,
in 2023, both Zay and Omnia would officially break up in a legal court case after allegations of abuse coming from both sides would start to become more apparent. Omnia's side is documented in a series of 1-hour videos, and Zay would make a series of videos going after everybody and screaming at the top of his lungs. Based on the evidence presented in both videos, I believe that Omnia was telling the truth and got it far much worse than Kai Weiss, but it even gets worse from there. Around the year of 2024, Kai Weiss would rebrand to Zay, and would talk about his experiences in a more deranged way about Lio, the Senate, and Hopeless Peaches. This would also be the point in which he would bring his new girlfriend to the fray, who I will be calling DD in this video.
Yeah, I never actually did anything other than talk the truth about the little weirdo.
DD was 17 at the time, and the story never picked up any traction until DD would make a call-out post and other creators would pick up the story.
How else would it pick up traction, you drooling imbecile?
A bit of a personal tangent. In the now recording server, I was in a call with both Leia Something and Xylee, and they were asking me if the call was legit, and I believe that the call-out post was legit. Since
if either of them took your word for it, then I feel bad for them because you're a drooling idiot.
I was in the live stream chats at the time, and I remember seeing DD's face and mirror selfie being on Zay's profile at the time. Zay would make a thread on his YouTube saying this, but to be honest, I ain't reading all that. Please, for the love of God, Zay, don't come back, and may God have mercy on your soul. Also,
dude, the guy literally just said, I ain't doing research.
Anyway, now that the Creepshow Art Saga is over, let's talk about the renaissance of the Senate.
Blast off to a galaxy far, far away. It's the Star Wars
What? There's so much more to dig through that. And like most of these, There's so much more than, oh my god, okay, you know what, whatever.
Special, starring all your Star Wars favorites.
While doing research on Limbo, Hopeless Peaches and LioConvoy met around the time that the Senate was becoming a bigger deal. After the downfall of Creepshow art, Peaches was in a bit of controversy herself and a popular hot streak within the Senate as a community.
No. She got in trouble before the Creepshow art stuff.
Peaches was seen as a figure, but the mainstream was not really accustomed to the bullshit that was going down in the Senate. Before Peaches, LioConvoy had already established his temporary found family, which according to Peaches was not approved by his wife after all of the fallout.
That is never what was said. What is he talking about?
Okay, no. I know what he's citing. Okay, so there was... I think what he's doing is actually worse. So what he's doing is he's taking a story that Peaches told somebody in DMs. I don't remember who it was she was messaging, but she had messaged somebody saying like that you had to you had to threaten your wife with like a walkout if she didn't apologize for something to Peaches. Oh yeah, it was her accusing Peaches of being a homewrecker or something like that.
What?
And he's extrapolating that to mean that, and therefore your wife did not approve at all. So, like, he's believing shit talk, basically. Yeah, I don't know if do you remember this, or...
No, I remember it now, but that's a weird way to twist it. But then he's not all that bright now, is he?
Right. I'm just saying, like, that's the only thing I could think of that he's trying to cite here. But you have to, like, really stretch to get to what he said from that.
Well, not just that. Like, me thinking he's a moron is the best faith I can give him. Instead of that, he's malicious.
But what do I mean by found family? Let me provide context first. I'm not going to be going into any personal detail on this. I just want to talk about the found family.
Tony.
Mama.
You look hungry. Come start your good...
The child of Vita?
Vita loves you.
Okay. Vita was a child predator who had abused and preyed on Jordan. But remember, Vlad, this is all for the victims. All for the victims.
Well, hold on. You're also forgetting Jibs.
Okay. No. I'm not forgetting Jibs. I'm sure we'll get to that. Don't worry.
Hold on. You're also forgetting those computers.
Are you done? You don't want to hear about the couch.
Breakfast with Kellogg's.
I don't know what you're talking about, and I want to maintain my ignorance.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll tell you one day.
This, I do want to talk about Lio and Serafina's biggest accomplishment, which was the takedown of Pony community member Joshua Vita. Joshua Vita was arrested on computer crimes, which is what their main crime would be. He was actually arrested for assaulting a police officer, but they did add sexual exploitation of a minor to his record a little while later.
No, they didn't. Nobody does any research. This is why I got onto Kumo. It's like, did you call the courts? No. Gee, I wonder why you don't know what's going on then. Yeah, he got arrested for cyber crimes. Child predation, unfortunately, is not on that docket. What is he on about?
A bit of a fun fact, there was a subsection of the My Little Pony fandom at the time that contained pedophile hunters. Spanish Giovanni was a main commenter for the investigation 6 or 7 years ago.
No, he wasn't. In fact, this guy specifically keeps trying to skinwalk me. That's why he's still around.
As well as being a general insight of how they operated. He seems weird, but that's just me. Anyway, Joshua Vita had 2 victims, and I'll be going...
Only 2, Vlad. Only 2 victims. Even though that's mine and Sarah's biggest accomplishment that he totally knows about.
Only 2?
Over both of them here. The first victim was known as Jazz. According to an article made by Cinema Sparks on...
Dude, no! No!
Yeah.
There's only 2?
Only
that
2.
means... Wait, does that mean... Wait, which one was cut? Jibs? Or...
We're about to find out. We're about to find out.
DeviantArt. His first known victims that we were aware of was named Jazz. He befriended her when she was 13. He was around 21 to 22. Since he had groomed her, and then they eventually got into a secret relationship when she was about 17.
Really funny that Baiji's not mentioned, but his partner is.
There would be nude exchanges, which is we're having and receiving child pornography. Jazz wasn't allowed to tell anybody about the relationship, or else Vita would threaten to kill himself. She was so scared, she hid this. Jazz was the first victim of Joshua Vita with the original document containing...
I thought Baiji this whole time was an incel. I had no idea he was with anyone.
Okay, Vlad. Okay, buddy.
No, I'm serious. I actually did not know.
He's not an incel.
And the original confrontation called back on the earlier form of Discord, which can be found on Finger's channel. The Discord server that was under the investigation for it was known as Limbo, which is...
We never had a confrontation call with Vita about him being a predator. And this wasn't the thing that happened in Limbo.
Still active today, invite only. Mint Hart.
Wait, what do you mean still active today? Skype died.
Wait. Hold on. Wasn't he saying he wasn't going to mention the victims or something earlier on?
Something like that. Let's see what he gets wrong.
Was the second victim. According to the same DeviantArt article, last night, that being in 2020, publicly it was found out that he had another victim.
Poor
Mint Hart.
Jibs.
He was actively and secretly pursuing her since she was 14. He was around 22, at the same age when he was grooming Jazz. They were in an on and off again relationship back then. He exchanged nudes with her, spoke sexually with her, and was obsessed with her
I need to
overall.
message
For
Jibs
example,
and tell her she was never groomed. This guy said so.
Of course you will. This blithering imbecile said so.
Yeah.
Disgusting Vita is, he asked Mint for the right for her 18th birthday so that he could see that underage body one more time. Mint just recently started distancing herself from Vita and came forward last night on a stream to expose this freak. Right before the stream, he messaged her and had left her house and was threatening to end his life by taking a bottle of pills if she told the truth. Mint called his mom and he did not take the pills with him. He left them at home. According to her, this shows the absolute cowardice and the low levels he'd go to silence his victims. Meet Mint Hart. Keeping him anonymous for this video, but they are one of the 3 non-biological children of LioConvoy at the time. They were able to become an official...
Yes?
Hold on. Wait, is he mentioning Mint Hart?
Yes,
after
Jordan.
the 2 victims, but we're moving along and she's
no, this is the second victim.
No, wait. Oh shit, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm brain dead. Oh.
Yeah, it's okay.
This is cancer.
Child of the family over time. Mint Hart would later transition and would have a terrible time, according to a now deleted interview with another former ACC YouTuber, Kumo, which was lost to time as...
Kumo? Who's Kumo?
It's Elmo's cousin.
But yeah, newsflash, Jordan lied.
I'd be writing it, but I can attest that the dynamic was toxic.
You can attest to it, so you were there. I can attest to the fact. I can attest that your mom works a street corner, and somehow steel people don't want her.
I was able to find the video as in me writing it, and due to the context of the interview and the amount of transphobia that was building up and the abuse that was brought on during the interview, that's beside the point. Originally,
testimony isn't evidence.
It's all right. We can always just say that this dude totally touched a kid. Now he has to accept that he's a child predator.
True. Yeah, I'm so, like, this guy would be very popular in the ACC.
No, he wouldn't. His voice is annoying.
To move in with Vita, but after the allegations, the move thankfully didn't happen.
You're right. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this. This guy would be really popular in the SCC.
Wait, hold on. I need to go back to this. Give me a second.
That's beside the point. Originally, Mint Hart was going to move in with Vita, but after the allegations, the move thankfully didn't happen.
That was never an idea. What is this guy on? You creepy little freak. Do you touch yourself thinking they were going to move in with Vita? What is wrong with you? Crackhead behavior. Crackhead.
A bit of a fact about the video. Did you know that Lio and Vita suggested to Mint Hart to record her own SA so that they could send it to the police? Yeah. They tried to convince a 17...
No. 1, Jordan wasn't in the call. 2, we never said send to us. We said so it can be sent to the police. If that did happen, we weren't going to touch it. Vita probably would want to, but no.
...year-old to record herself being taken advantage of by their mother's 30 to 40-year-old boyfriend. I wish I was making that up. That is a crime.
Well, I'll tell you what, you sloppy-jawed, gibbering moron. Let me know when you have a better idea of how to keep this kid safe in the situation. With all the things that were going on, which I've addressed a billion times now, because you're too busy touching yourself thinking about kids being preyed upon. Like, you can't do any research.
So much for crime busting. Hell, Mint Hart was targeted by people like Matt and Misanthropony for things as well.
What? No! Misanthropony never went after Mint Hart. What are you on about? Kill yourself immediately.
But I will get stuck on a tangent of all day. Let's talk about the second child. Keep a pin on this. Something else I want to tell you too, while I was doing research, I actually did find a copy of the GoFundMe that Joshua Vita used with Mint Hart to get Mint Hart moved out of her terrible situation. It is still up to this day. You can read it yourself. It contains old, outdated information, so please be aware.
Look, Busy was right.
What?
Busy was right. This is actually just a fan fiction.
No, look at the title.
Chapter 9, Patchwork Heart, the original child.
What?
Wait, hold on. Patchwork Heart is Eve?
You okay there, buddy? You done?
Patchwork Heart. This is going to be digging into lore about other creators, but I'm going to be bringing up the Brony Civil War. I'm being serious. Lily Orchard is definitely getting an episode in the future, and Josh Gorger might, but yeah, this is the most chronically
I'm
online
hyped for the
Civil
Lily
War that
Orchard
I've
episode. Hyped.
Can't wait till he defends a predator.
And it's one of two that we are covering today. Also, this is the origin of the Toon Critic pedophile allegations, which eventually will be relevant today as it's connected to the I Love Kim Possible a lot and her contributions to both of the Orchard. But back on topic, according to an article written by Random Guy 804, the Brony Civil War was a connection between Patchwork Heart and LioConvoy. During the...
What? 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 There was no civil war between Patch and I back then. What is this guy on about?
First battle, they sided with Lily. They believed Josh's inaction in removing Toon Critic. They were also multiple victims of Toon, who chose to step forward. Patchwork Heart, Minikage, and Sister Sega, just to name 3 of the biggest names. Essentially, this was the introduction to the Toon Critic situation back in 2018, meaning that
none of those people were victims. You're an idiot.
Lio and Patchwork's relationship could have started sooner than that, as Joshua Vita and Lio were working together in Simbo at the same side. But
no?
The relationship would fall apart in 2024. She would eventually disappear off the internet in 2024, but we'll keep a pin on this as well. The final child that I want to bring up is Pastel Opal, the third child that was brought in around the same time as Patchwork, as she was a former associate of Lily and was also being thrown into the whole Toon Critic thing. But before being brought in by Lio and his wife, Opal would not be in the residence long and would state that Lio was a good father figure and actually
Opal never lived with me.
Help them get back on their feet. Please do not contact Opal. But we got one final child we need to bring up.
Wait. Why do we specify don't contact Opal, but not the other ones? Why is it Opal we shouldn't contact?
Because Opal's a sad ooh-woo person who feels bad about being mean to a pedophile.
I think it's because it's the one person that I guess didn't shit on you, so...
Oh no, she did.
Well, that, according to him, anyway.
Yeah, well...
I'm just saying, by his logic, the one person that didn't shit on you is the one person we shouldn't contact. That's interesting.
Of course.
It's all on their own. Hey, so editing ADOT here. I'm just giving you a heads up. I forgot to mention the Poppy and Zaid thing in it, and it essentially threw Patchwork out of loop and made Patchwork work worse during the whole...
What? Poppy and Xena, he means?
Patchwork Heart was the original child who would eventually go after Lio. They were never a kid in my found family, you freak.
Convoy apology video thing. I forgot to mention it. I'm just going to put a little note here and yeah. Meet Hopeless Peaches. As mentioned in the past, Peach had a...
What? Hopeless Peaches gave consent to make a not safe for work roleplay account and approved the creation of LioConvoy x Hopeless Peaches pornography. Yeah, it's gross. That never happened.
Well, okay, she did make... Wait, no, that wasn't a roleplay account. It was just not safe for work account.
The account that he might be referencing was not made by Peaches. It was made by a pedophile who I have the information of, who's the guy commissioning this crap. Can get literally nothing right, and we're not even 30 minutes in this.
Controversial past and beef / potential crush on Omnia. Their beef with Creepshow Art was the main...
What? Potential crush on Omnia? What?
Whoa. Damn.
Mainstream focus, but then over time they developed a dynamic and eventual father-daughter relationship with LioConvoy. They would be seen everywhere, on stream, in confrontation calls, in a call with a 15-year-old talking about her boobs. I'm not even joking. Peaches would go in later...
What? What? Let me go through that again.
Everywhere, on stream, in confrontation calls, in a call with a 15-year-old talking about her boobs.
Audio Peaches saying that she has big titties. It was the same call that Lio called a kid. She wasn't even in my spaces at that time. You stupid reprobate. She wasn't in the Jack's call, you idiot.
Oops, I'm not even joking. Peaches would go and later on make jokes about age regression around Lio, and it would be brought up amongst multiple...
There were no jokes made, trust me.
...people, and I would have to semi-agree. According to the Cleveland Clinic, age regression is when you act younger as a way to cope with stress. It
Can you look up how to kill yourself there too, and then follow through and do everybody a favor?
Voluntary or involuntary, and it affects both kids and adults. Sometimes it doesn't last longer and isn't anything to worry about, but other times it could signal deep mental health issues. Support, therapy, and medication will help you management. This is also known as a paraphilia. Pedophilia and zoophilia fall into this aggression type as well, but the type that Peaches...
Oh my god.
Not... Age regression isn't inherently sexual. This dude's just a freak. I think he just touches himself to all this.
Has
it's not even that. She didn't actually do that at all. Like, if you actually just believe she was doing that, you're an idiot.
Well, I mean,
none of that was
this guy.
None of that was actually age regression. It was like the what's the word? The caricature of age regression, right? Like it wasn't like actually age regression. Like I don't, dude. I'm sorry. Saying a ducky over and over and over and over and over again isn't actually age regression. I don't know what to tell you.
True.
Also, she would use the phrase age regression to get out of drama. That was an excuse she used all the time. So it was an obvious excuse.
Yep.
Which essentially means that it is an extreme version of age regression, or it can be used in a sexual sense, age play. Another anonymous source who participates with consenting adults in BDSM practices would tell me that their dynamic reminds me of the definition of daddy-dominant little-girl dynamics. A controversial dynamic in which a dominant would be the parental figure and a submissive would be the child figure in a sense of either SFW or NSFW roleplay. This is considered a taboo kink in BDSM.
Yep. Trying his best to smear me. Love it.
And the dynamic is very popular and very controversial. The reason this is considered taboo is because this kink is connected to lolicon and shotacon, two forms of pornography animation that can be connected to child pornography. While not illegal, it's very immoral, and I do not condone this in any way, shape, or form.
Wait. Read the bottom of that. That is, whoa.
Personal opinion should be illegal, but Lio says no. Where? Citation needed. Evidence required, pedophile.
According to the piece of shit Kai Weiss, there was a piece of art that Hopeless Peaches made in a similar style to Lolicon that was Hopeless Peaches and Omnia together. While Peaches and Omnia ended off on terrible terms, the image still exists, and it predates...
It wasn't Omnia. And I wouldn't even say it's inherently Lolicon, maybe Chibi at best, but like, it was her and Toasty, not Omnia.
2020 at the minimum, and I will not be showing it on screen, and I will not be finding it because I don't want to see it. Peaches was a moderator in the Senate server between the years of 2021 and 2024.
I didn't talk to her until like early 2022. She wasn't made a mod until like mid to late 2022, like not officially. The heck?
They would become one of the main trauma contributors to the server, as well as being the quote-unquote beacon of the server, but their own community was worried about...
I don't recall ever calling her a beacon, but okay, buddy.
Their decision and direction after the fallout of Creepshow art. In the comment sections of many of her videos containing both Peaches and Lio in it, people were concerned with the amount of times that they would be publicly working together and publicly flirting. Some people found this unnerving, while others had issues with the drama.
There was no flirting. I'm sorry you've never heard of flirting because no woman ever wants to look in your direction. Again, take the exit.
That Peaches was covering back then. While her collaborator friends Dumpsville and Others Mark were moving away from drama content and moving more towards the animation community, Peaches kept digging herself deeper, and the FCK logs still being under laps, with the Kumo being the only critic of her. She was unstoppable, but not invincible.
The only critic of... Okay.
Yep.
Fuck
you. You didn't exist. Neither did anybody else.
Dude, fuck this guy. Dude, come on. Fuck.
Yasmin?
Log brats.
On an all-new Bratz. Coming up next.
To provide a bit of an update here, before we get into this section, this is going over some recent stuff in regarding PonderSprocket and Spocker. I've decided to cover it here because that's pretty much what had happened in the timeline. So if you're wondering why it's not popping up in 2025, this is why. Anyway, on to the next section. So I'm going to make a brief TLDR on this. Spocker is a creep. The drama was mainly fueled as an act of revenge by Hopeless Peaches, with the story of Spocker having an image of a 14-year-old when he was 16 and not getting rid of it until he was 18.
It was caused by Peaches. Even though Peaches was not the one given the call. Peaches had nothing to do with it. It's in the call, in the video, you drooling Neanderthal. This is sweeping for Spocker. Call him what he is, he's a pedophile.
While I do not condone his actions and behavior, I need to bring this up because this is one of the main players in the story of the Senate, and PonderSprocket, another ACC YouTuber, would basically be exposed themselves in 2025. According to a video by Toastify, Ponder and Spocker would occasionally essentially collaborate to make sure that this drama was a nothing burger in general. The information would later...
No, it's not exactly accurate. How does he get everything wrong all the time?
...lead to people questioning Ponder herself for her involvement in the drama in 2025, and more information would leak over time. The information dump would happen in 2025. The fact that I'm bringing it up now is frankly because this was one of the earlier dramas that were connected to the rise of the Senate, and the reason I'm bringing it up as the first domino to the...
No. Literally everything he's saying is wrong.
The end of the ACC was that the Senate was able to create a narrative around...
What's that?
The worst part is that I completely forgot what I was going to say.
All right, we'll get to it later.
Simple fuck up. Hell, most people outside of the sphere that I was talking to when I was bringing up the Spocker drama said that it was a nothing burger.
Yeah, you're hanging around pedophiles. I wonder why they think it's a nothing burger for somebody to request nudes from a 15-year-old when he's 18.
Yeah, no, I think like the big issue to this actually is that that call with was his name?
Spocker.
Junk. Well, it was Spocker, but there were two other people that were in the call that were recording it.
Well, Fagos recorded it, but it was Junkie and Fagos.
Yeah, Junkie, yeah. So the thing is, that call, like, if all you heard was that call in a vacuum and nothing else, I can see why you might come to this conclusion. I
disagree.
Why is that?
Because in the call he mentions how he's staying friends with an individual to keep it under wraps. That's manipulation 101.
I don't remember that part.
It is there. It is actually there.
Well, that's a big yikes. Never mind.
Doctor has not been on the internet for years. Please do not contact him or reveal him in the slightest. I wish them the best of luck in finding themselves, growing as a person, and becoming a better person over time.
He's such a good person, this guy.
Oh, yeah. He excuses pedophilia and excuses literal federal crimes, calling them nothing burgers. There's a reason why I keep calling him a pedophile. This is the way a pedophile operates.
Now let's talk about the Fox Mafia real quick. After the disbanding of the Zoophile Police, another group exploded too. While one group became the Senate, the other one became Fox Mafia.
No! Oh my god.
Spout off,
dude.
King. Spout off, King.
Dude, I'm trying really hard right now not to break TOS. I'm trying so hard. This is so stupid. Oh my god. So first off, I'm one of the OG members. No. No. This just insane. This is stupid. Fox Mafia was completely independent of any of that shit and started off as like a blood sports server. It had nothing to do with any of that until one day somewhere along the lines freaking Kaz Warfox thought it would be cool to LARP as Chris Hansen. That happened much later, but the initial formation of Fox Mafia was so entirely removed from any of that this guy even saying that is insane. This is actually on par with saying that my server was inspired by Senate, even though my server is older than the Senate was. Actually, Fox Mafia was older than the Senate. I think Fox Mafia was created before my server was created. It was like in 2016, 2017. Somewhere around there. Mine was in 2018 or 2019. So yeah, this is just insane. Like, I don't know where he got this information from, but that is just it's just absolutely wrong.
Well, hold on, we know where he got it from. He got it from Kurova.
Kurova, there's no way Kurova could get that wrong.
Yeah, he would. He's a brain-addled pedophile. Of course he would. And also Myriad, no, Spocker and Avi are not the same people. They're both pedophiles, but they're different people. And he also said that Senate was created as Fallout from the Zoophile Police. No. Idiot. There's no way this guy doesn't wear a helmet everywhere he goes.
The Senate was made up of monstrous Queen Seraphina and LioConvoy, while people like Lagrovert, Arzen, Cass Warfox, and Norf would go into this new group known as
Arzen? Arzen? Dude. How do you say the same name differently twice?
Dude. First off, Nerf wasn't none of these. No. Dude, this is so wrong. All the members he just mentioned that joined Fox Mafia, they came so much later.
Yep.
So long later. Nerf was a fucking child when Fox Mafia was created.
Yeah, he was too busy trying to get in the pants of a 12-year-old.
No, I think he was even younger than that.
Yeah, probably. All right, let's continue.
Fox Mafia, a short-lived pedophile hunting group, which
short-lived
essentially acted as the same group as Zoophile Police, but there was a twist. They were furries. The reason the two groups sparred was because of the handling of one of the most infamous Zoophiles in YouTube history, hypnotist Zappo. Yeah.
Hold on. Just real quick. Just hold on. He said the difference was Fox Mafia was furries, but wasn't Zoophile Police? What's your face a furry?
Yes, all of them were furries.
Okay.
Person. Genuinely, fuck this person. I don't have any plans on going into extreme details of what they did or what they...
Well, the funny thing is the tension between Senate and Fox Mafia wasn't started because the Sappho case was mishandled. Cass was obsessing over our group and trying to take us out behind the scenes well before that happened.
Yep.
They've done, they are sick, and they genuinely need to be mentally examined for their views on animals and their multiple fake suicide attempts that they've used to cover her tracks.
No, they need to continue the suicide attempt to completion.
Stay the hell away from Sappho if you ever see her on the internet. Brandon FM did an incredible interview with her. I recommend you click it at your own discretion.
No, you shouldn't be sitting there listening to quote-unquote interviews with pedophiles, because you're just giving... The thing is, what Vlad's talked about many times is essentially turning pedophiles into celebrities, and they did that with Sappho. You want to know how you deal with Sappho? You get her in call, and you tell her to kill herself, and do nothing but tell her to kill herself.
Link is in the description. The botched attempts of trying to end this situation ended up being so bad that the Fox Mafia were destroyed from the inside. Many of the members were harassed by Senate members and fled to other corners of the internet or logged off entirely, as showed in the cannibalization of their own community.
This is how you know Kuroba's behind this.
Yeah.
The unquestionable whitewashing of that pedophile server.
A psyop that was done by Coyote Lovely, the other right-hand man of Lio at the time, ended in Coyote catching feelings for Sappho and getting exposed himself. Rule of the...
Okay, how is him quote-unquote being my right-hand man have to do with his bad decisions? Nothing!
But not for me bullshit. The second domino was dropped, but Lagobert would explain his time with LioConvoy in his own video as he was a part of Fox Mafia at the time. Essentially, he was a member of Fox Mafia at the time, but because Lago did not like peaches, Lio targeted him.
That is also not what happened, you deranged animal.
Lago had made a video on NSFW Steam games, and Lio tried to frame it as associating with sexual deviance.
That's also not what happened. That's also not what happened.
Didn't you and Lagobert, like bury the hatchet, by the way?
Oh, no, I think he should kill himself immediately.
Oh, okay.
Like, his entire video is him just telling revisionist history on tons of things, and I'm about to just release the full calls I had with him.
Huh.
There's your heads up, Lago. You go ahead and go do your damage control now.
Now he's considered a threat to the Senate. Lago would also state that he does not believe Lio can redeem himself. Go check out his video for a first-person perspective on the Fox Mafia drama. If I screwed any of that story up...
Fun fact, when the stuff with Coyote happened, Lagobert was more focused on his feelings about it instead of the fact that Coyote colluded with a child predator. But okay, buddy.
The Fox Mafia drama was mainly Lio-based, and it was very hard to follow. Also, I've made the decision not to play any of the calls using Lio with his dad voice, because it would be seen as more funny than serious, and this is a serious topic.
And yet you're scared of getting a call with
Wait.
This is amazing.
Wait. No, this bro's like, this is a serious topic while playing the most childish game in the background, using Star Wars music and Star Wars font. Like, come on.
Yeah, he probably needs to have his hard drive checked.
And why does he have to go so hard over an internet bitch? He has a wife at home. Now I need to rewind this back to 20...
The only woman you've ever met in your life is your mother, and she probably doesn't like you either. Sit down and shut up.
22. Before we talk about the story that broke the Senate's back and being the decay of the community, I want to bring up the biggest fuck up that LioConvoy is known for when he was running the Senate. Since some of these calls are anonymous and this woman became a public figure, yes, she does not...
It's going to be Rosa, isn't it? It's
going
to be Rosa.
Let the idiot talk.
Brain capacity as most neurotypical humans. I want to introduce to you the story of Necropon, Star Giant Productions, and the infamous Rosa Paw.
Ow. How many licks
Why
does it
the
take
auto-
to put a Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
A good question. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3.
If there's anything I can't stand, it's a smart owl.
Most people know about the Necropon situation through a video that was done by the mysterious Mr. Enter, who originally wanted to uncover the world of Star Giant Productions.
And by the way, his information was gathered by people around me. Just so you're all aware.
The bedhead who would do an investigation of her own and put more eyes on it. But to provide context, Mr. Enter was a cartoon reviewer known for the animated Atrocity series. He had multiple editors, but Star Giant Production was criticized for her terrible editing and was fired due to multiple complaints that came outside of Rebecca's group and both within Rebecca and Enter's team. Later in 2022/2023, Enter would begin to work with the Senate and LioConvoy to do some investigation works due to their connections to the man named Phineas, as well as due to their connections with Star Giant Productions. While this story gained a little bit more traction in later years, this would not be the main point of contention. Necropon, or Ariana Tibble, was a 30-year-old animator/commissioner who used to work for the likes of creators like Phantom Strider and Star Giant Productions. Please do not contact Phantom Strider.
No, contact
the
him.
other ones on the list?
Yeah, contact him. Bully him. I don't care.
A member of the Senate would make a confrontation call with Neko, and she would reveal everything, getting sexual in a VC with a minor, and messaging...
No. We never had a call with Necropon, you stupid troglodyte. A lot of confrontation calls that were common back in the day were done by grooming victims themselves, including this one. That feels Stockholm-like. Kill yourself, you lying pedophile toady.
Them too. That's where the story should have ended, but it got worse from there. An email would be sent out to both Phantom Strider and Star Giant Production about Tibble, and while Strider agreed, Star Giant Productions would disagree and would share the story with Tibble, and Tibble would go on an 8-month harassment spree against her own victim. Lio tried to force Star Giant to get Necropon out of the community, but Rebecca left. That's where it should have ended.
What? Hold on, let me rewind that.
Harassment spree against her own victim. Lio tried to force Star Giant to get Necropon out of the community, but Rebecca left. That's where it should have ended.
Star Giant was already away from Necropon when I showed up. Crackhead behavior.
But they fucked up the case.
Oh, hold on. I done goofed. Oh no!
And side thing 16 and not getting rid of it. Phineas, as well as due to the connections with Star Giant Productions. While this story gained a little bit more traction in later years, this would not be the main point of contention. Necropon, or Ariana Tibble, was a 30-year-old animator/commissioner who used to work for the likes of creators like Phantom Strider and Star Giant Productions. Please do not contact Phantom Strider. Another new member of the Senate would make a confrontation call with Neko, and she would reveal everything, getting sexual in a VC with a minor and messaging them too. That's where the story should have ended, but it got worse from there. An email would be sent out to both Phantom Strider and Star Giant Production about Tibble, and while Strider agreed, Star Giant Productions would disagree and would share the story with Tibble, and Tibble would go on an 8-month harassment spree against her own victim. Lio tried to force Star Giant to get Necropon out of the community, but Rebecca left. That's where it should have ended. But they fucked up the case even more. They decided to dig deeper, and they got their hands on one of Star Giant's moderators, Rosa.
Not what happened. Not what happened. Never even had contact with Star Giant during any of this. And finding out about Rosa was literal happenstance. I did not seek her out because she was one of Star Giant's mods. I found out about her being a mod for Star Giant in the middle of a different call.
Listen, I see an otter on the screen, and all that came to mind was Brian Mullins enters chat.
Stop.
I'm going to be using a picture of the late, great Rosa the Otter to represent this call, because I will not play any part of this 4-part call. The call is terrible, and it made me lose any respect that I had for anybody involved in it.
Have you looked in the mirror and tried to find any respect there, or did you lose it when you realized your parents don't love you either?
In my opinion, is irredeemable. I don't care if he was a pawn, but now he is the instigator, and Peaches was fucking drunk on the call.
Irredeemable. So, Spocker's redeemable despite having child porn. Fox Mafia members are just silly little uwu babies. But I'm irredeemable because I was mean to somebody in a call.
But he just made an excuse for Peaches, but Peaches was like the worst person in the call.
Oh no, he wasn't making excuses, he was taking a shot at her.
Well no, he just said she was drunk. He said you were irredeemable and she was drunk. Yeah. Just like that to me is just making an excuse.
You see, I'm just gonna have the hot take right now. If you look at the Rosa call and you think it is literally the worst thing you've ever seen, you have the softest, easiest life I've ever seen, please never go outside. You will burst into flames immediately. You will be allergic to grass. Yeah, the Rosa call is awful. But if you think it was genuinely the worst thing ever, you don't live in reality, and you desperately need to. You need to get a job and move away from mommy and daddy because they're clearly babying you too much. I have actually seen people in mainline commentary be far crueler to far more disabled people than I was to Rosa, but this is the most condemnable thing. Spare me the moral outrage. It's not real.
Yeah, Potter's brought it into the call. She may be a bitch now too, but the fucking fact that this call happened is all bizarre.
Yeah, Ponder came in and stopped it. Why'd a shot at her? Also, thank you, Toa Loa, for the membership.
Was degrading to Rosa on multiple levels. It was to the point that Lio to this day is still bringing up the call and making fun of Rosa.
I'm not... Where am I here? Where am I in the screenshot? We have Hidden saying, I was joking about the Rosa call. Gallagher saying, go away, Rosa. All he did was did a word search for Rosa. None of these have any context. Purple's Rosa song is about what I expect of any random rap line. Evil Lio is not me. It's Gallagher, you stupid, drooling moron.
As well as the people who defend her. Yeah, he apologized, but that was after multiple people within Lio's new inner circle told him to.
Oh no!
Nobody in my inner circle told me to. We did it literally the next day. There's evidence of that. I have it on record that she lied publicly about getting apologies directly from us.
Dude.
Yes?
more screen caps from Gallagher.
Yes. Apparently, I am evil Lio.
And it's in the purple Sacramentan thread.
Yep.
And he still called Rosa a baby. He still makes fun of Rosa to this day. Hey, God happens your...
I do?
Your soul, Lio. Please do not contact Rosa. I have heard...
Find a gun, put it in your mouth, and pull the trigger until the clicking stops. You'll do humanity a favor.
Behind-the-scenes stuff about Rosa being a very manipulative person, but at the same time, Rosa does not have the same mental capacity that most humans have.
Maybe not, but she is fully capable of being horrifically malicious. She is actively, unironically, actually doxed multiple people, has sent them gore, has tried harassment campaigns. Just because she has a caregiver and doesn't have the same level of mental faculties doesn't mean she can't be spiteful and malicious. She absolutely is. And I'm genuinely tired of the unironic ableism by treating them like they're an infant baby. Stop.
So, out of respect for their privacy, please do not contact them. The Rosa call would be the beginning of the outside commentary sphere looking at the art commentary community again. The level of this call has been described as one of the worst audio confrontations on Discord. LioConvoy would be the main target of this controversy, as the control of the Senate would be given to him after Queen Serafina would step down and give ownership to him. Peaches would only be grazed by this controversy, but the cracks would begin to develop.
She was grazed because she ran. It's because she ran. I stayed. Womp womp. And I want to go ahead and just put this out here. The Rosa call wasn't new to the community. It was literally published the next day on Dib's channel. Had over 30,000 views before it was removed a few months later by Dib. If you believe for a second that people didn't know and totally didn't just jump on it when they thought it'd be convenient and get them attention, you're lying to yourself. You alive over there, Vlad?
Yeah. Sorry, I was sent something.
Oh boy.
In the credibility of Lio as a figure in the community. At the same time, a smaller group of people would detract from the Senate and would start looking for information on Lio and Peaches. Kumo would start to join this group, and with Gilded Pooh, an investigator, contributor, Romantic Goblin, another leaker known as Cat Gatto, and Kumo. Yes.
Wait. Wait, hold on. Sorry, go back a bit. Wait, what did he... I missed...
To join this group and...
back another 10 seconds.
A smaller group of people would detract from the Senate and would start looking for information on Lio and Peaches. Kumo would start to join
from the Senate.
Detract,
okay.
Yes.
Group, and with Gilded Pooh, an investigator, contributor, Romantic Goblin, another leaker known as Cat Gatto.
Romantic Goblin was a freak, and Goat Cato is now on record for sweeping for CSEM, CP. Let's see what he says about that. Does he mention it?
And Kumo. Yes, the Kumo who flirted with
No, he
Celia.
doesn't.
They almost look new.
Well, hold on. Real quick, just so you know, I need to make this very, 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 very clear. Goat Cato not only had absolutely nothing to do with the shit myself and Kumo and Akumu was involved in regarding you. So not only was Goat Cato not involved in the least bit, but I had never even heard of her yet.
Simpler times.
Huh?
Simpler times.
Yeah, and on top of that, and this is more important, I guess Goblin was kind of involved, I guess, sort of, but Inla would have been a better person to mention there instead of Goat or Goblin. So,
well, from what you told me, she's mentioned later on, so we'll see.
Only on Adult Swim.
Meet Kumo, a former YouTuber.
Kumo, profession, artist, retired, YouTuber, retired. Kumo pissed off YouTuber Inla because of his constant references to Metal Gear Solid when it came to serious conversations. Yeah, that's the thing to bring up.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah, kill yourself. Like, actually just kill yourself.
Victim of the Senate and a piece of shit edgelord, but that's beside the point. Kumo was at the...
How do you call someone...
shit edgelord?
Yeah, how do you sit there and say somebody's a victim, then call them a POS in the same sentence? The heck?
Time working on videos to take down Lio, while Kumo was already making...
Yeah, and Kumo's videos on me were dog crap, and the fact that anybody believed them tells me the collective IQ of the community could only go up if some of those people killed themselves immediately.
Videos and introducing his niche audience.
Well, hold on. I was at the end of one of those. It was a great segment. Anyway, sorry, go on.
It's probably the only value it had.
Hey, Kumo was going after Lio as a whole series of video archives would go after him, calling him out, where Gilded Pooh would make it a first appearance in a while, going after Lio and shooting his coffee of the Dolphin and horse. But as Ted said...
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, go back again. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Archives would go after him, calling him out, where Gilded Pooh would make it a first appearance in a while, going after Lio and shooting his copy of the Dolphin and horse.
My first appearance... Wait.
Uh-huh. You never made any videos on me in 2023. Remember? Totally never did. Totally never did.
This is painful.
I know. And we've got an hour left on it.
But as Ted says, that shit can be salvaged. The reason Gilded Pooh was going after Lio was because Lio threatened to call Child Protective Services on Pooh.
That is not... Oh my god.
Right? Right?
Dude... Fuck.
You're gonna have an aneurysm by the end of this, aren't you?
Dude, I don't... This is painful. This is so... Kill me.
At the same time, a minor friend of Kumo at the time would end up having sexual remarks being said from Peaches and Lio popping up in their call.
What? A minor from Kumo? No?
To the point that when he was going after Lio, Lio would call his school. Lio was a...
What? I call... What? What? Jax and Kumo weren't related. That was years before... What?
Dude, I don't even know. But I was going to say earlier, like what's funny is he never watched the Fox Mafia videos.
No.
Had he just watched the Fox Mafia videos, he would have figured out very rapidly why I started making videos. But I guess I didn't make videos in 2023 either, so I whatever.
Clearly. I mean, you're a newcomer.
Using his power of doxing, and still does to this day.
I use my power of doxing to this day. I summon it like a Kamehameha wave.
No. He said you abuse the power.
Oh, let's go ahead and re-listen to it. I want to make sure.
Popping up in their call, to the point that when he was going after Lio, Lio would call his school. Lio was abusing his power of doxing, and still does.
You're right, abusing my power of doxing, and I still do it today. Dot, can you point to where I've doxed somebody, please? And remember.
No.
Go ahead.
No, better question is, when is doxing appropriate to the point where there's a distinction between doing it and abusing it?
When they don't get my pizza order right. Clearly. But no, like, doxing is publishing with malicious intent somebody's private or identifiable information. Show me where I have done that. Especially show me where I've done it recently. But he won't use call clips, right? Very intelligent man.
To this day, this has actually had a negative impact on Lio's marriage. Lio's wife would be told not to harass Peaches, according to a story that Peaches says, and both Mintheart and Patchwork would come out and make claims that Lio was abusive towards both of them verbally and physically due to his Christian heritage and his transphobia.
Wow.
Due to my Christian heritage and transphobia. Literally neither of these people have said anything regarding my Christian heritage. And Jordan tried to claim or transphobia because I, check some notes, treated them like the gender they said they were.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, I was much more transphobic towards her than you ever were. And I don't mean on
video.
And I don't mean on purpose, but
yeah. I said, "Where's your video? When are they gonna come out about you, you big meanie?"
Right. Well, no, what it was is like when I talked to her the very first time, like that came up, like the trans thing, and then I'm like, oh, well, I've been calling you a girl this whole time, and then her response was, well, I don't really care. I'm like, okay.
For the record, the transphobia was me speaking to them a little more sternly and taking them fishing. Terrible.
I mean, fishing is unisex, though, so...
No. That's clearly for boys. Okay? Clearly for boys. Okay.
While Opal would say otherwise. The leaks were coming. The story was starting to form. In late 2023 to early 2024, there was rumblings that the ACC was going to get leaked, and this would be negative on multiple creators.
The ACC was going to get leaked?
Yeah, wait, what?
Yeah.
Ms. ZZ and Netty Monster would have their channels destroyed because of how much they've interacted in the server with the minors and engaged with the act.
Well, that's not why their channels got dogged on. It's because neither of them took any form of, and I'm going to hate this, accountability for their actions. Now with ZZ, it's a little more complicated.
Shot glass.
Right? Now with ZZ, it's a bit different because she's a predator, but Nezzy could have survived it if Nezzy didn't have the survival instincts of, like, what Disney thought lemmings were like.
Would destroy the entire identity of the SCC, the slideshow commentary community, as she knows it, and would throw her diaper story into the mainstream. Future Butters would...
That's also not what happened. Stop quoting people like Metaker just because you think they're funny, and instead do your own research, you worthless cow.
Lose her rebrand as an animation channel and lose connection to the mainstream.
Right. About some things.
And Hopeless Peaches would destroy the image of the Senate and destroy their career as they knew it.
Peaches didn't destroy the image of the Senate. Sure tried to, though.
Also, Peaches transitioned...
Actually, wait, no, I actually agree with him. I think she did, just not in the way that he's meaning.
Probably.
So I think that she destroyed the image of the Senate, like, to the old guard and some of the other people that were in the Senate.
Yeah, that's fair.
But and maybe to people that were fans of old Senate, but if anything, Senate got more popular with her there.
Correct.
So
big brain here.
So some have debated whether this was built up or if this was a reaction to the destruction of Senate, but we will never know. Also, to bring this up, as I mentioned earlier, Lio was sitting on the information in regards to the Fruitcake Club. Remember them? These allegations were an open secret to the heads of Senate, and they did nothing with it.
No, it wasn't. You're an idiot. Go sit in your mom's car in the garage and turn the engine on and stay there.
And it would take one break soul to leak the entire story. Lio was defending one of his kids, and even if the story was seen as abuse to his inner circle, the internet would see it as the beginning of the end.
What are you talking about?
Lio lost his credibility, and people had enough of his shit.
Batman Return.
Oh, yes, they had enough of me, which is why you're so brave and tough that you're, let me see, running from this.
Batcave Command Center and Figure sold separately. Some assembly required.
Before Hopeless Peaches transitioned and went into hiding, they would attempt to own up for the...
Baiji would like to hop in for a moment, if that's okay, Vlad.
That's fine.
All right. Give me a second here. Give me a second here.
Hello, I would just like to make a quick announcement that none of this was at all my fault. I can't believe you would do this, Vlad. I can't believe you posted a Dolphin comic. I can't believe that Queen Seraphina made Top of the Barrel and Guac Barrel. Again, I did nothing wrong. I'm a good boy.
Fair. Anything else?
Dolphins sure are neat.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Later.
All right, I'll call you back now.
Okay.
Hello.
That was an interesting cameo.
Isn't it always? Continuing.
Their mistakes in regards to the FCK. When people thought it was weird and made no sense, Peaches tried the damage control before the controversy went public. She basically pulled a Barbara Streisand or a Cosmodor, and Streisand affected her own cancellation, and the end of both the Senate and the eventual end of LioConvoy's control. Even though his channel is still around, he would officially become more of a lolcow now than he was.
That logo's wrong, and you should kill yourself for using it. Also, lolcows respond to literally any form of prodding. You're more of a lolcow, because you can't even handle your own heat.
Back in the days of retroblasting, both Kaiwise and Now Recording would document the end of the Senate. Zay's rambling live streams, for the most part, are lost of time, but Now...
Yeah, and both of those attempts at it were gay and fake and loser behavior.
Recording would document the story in a whole new perspective.
Kai Weiss and Now Recording's coverage.
Wait, I thought you said Jibs.
No, I said nothing about Jibs. What?
I'm hallucinating. It's
you got
fine.
Jibs on the brain there, buddy?
Yeah.
Gay.
Now Recording.
Vito loves you.
Kill yourself.
The smaller commentary group, originally known for being connected to Small Commentary and the SCT group that was created by John C. of the lolcow Network. The members were made up of Matt Pitt, the founder and connected to John C.'s network, Toxic Blip Blip, a member of the K-Huck cast with K-Huck, she's super sweet by the way, Core, who was one of the newer members of the group at the time and still runs the channel to this day, Beavers, he's literally just an angry beaver, that's it, Mitch, a failed lolcow podcaster, and Beckett, who is now known as Cope and Seeth. Yes, you've heard that right. Cope and Seeth became a prominent member of the art commentary community through his connections to both Now Recording as a host and other figures.
True.
I mean, it's not, though. that didn't give him any edge up in things at all.
No, he's ACC. Let's just.
No, he definitely is that. He even admits that he is ACC. There's no question there.
Yeah.
Who are now looking into the
molested.
Okay, Vlad.
LioConvoy Senate story. Other creators were looking into it at the time. Notable ones that I want to bring up are Just a Robot, who was beginning his downfall arc, Stardust, who is known for being a political streamer, but wanted to look into the legal aspects of the predator hunting,
and she failed miserably.
Leia Something, who was looking into the inner camp surrounding LioConvoy.
Dude, that drawing or whatever is so disturbing to me. Anyway, go on.
No longer active on YouTube. Leia Spaghetti's all over the place. What?
Hopeless Peaches was in shambles after the FCK was spreading amongst Twitter users and the commentary community. Allegations were going against
The FCK wasn't what killed Peaches. But okay, buddy.
LioConvoy for being abusive, ableist, and dangerous, as well as...
I'm dangerous, Vlad. I'm dangerous.
Others within both the camp of Lio and Peaches being exposed as well. One of those people who would play a role in the attempted overthrow of the Senate, a snake, is Crystal Flame. But the last few days of the Senate would be chaos. As a backup server without Lio, the Supreme Court would pick up the Senate refugees. According to my anonymous source, Lio around that time would be in shambles trying to figure out a way to take down Peaches' story and credibility. The final confrontation call was with Kumo, and while it wasn't the perfect call in the slightest, that was how the Senate ended. They never actually...
No, Senate was dead well before my call with Kumo. Heck, before my call with you. What?
Wait, it was... What? Sorry?
You gotta lock in, buddy. You gotta lock in.
Sorry, I'm getting messaged about my video, so I'm having to multitask between...
Oh, that's right. You're supposed to be streaming your video tonight, aren't you?
Well, in an hour, but I'm being like it's on the we're on the last. Oh my God, I can't think of words today. The final stretch, and I was getting messaged questions.
Gotcha. All right.
Lio would archive it and keep it up. Multiple people would make backups, including myself.
You never made a backup of the server because you were never in there, you stupid lying piece of garbage.
But no, what did he say? I didn't hear it earlier.
Like, I'll back it up. I'll back it up for you.
Time would be in shambles trying to figure out a way to take down Peaches' story and credibility. The final confrontation call was with Kumo, and while it wasn't the perfect call in the slightest, that was how the Senate ended. They never actually ended up deleting the server. Lio would archive it and keep it up. Multiple people would make backups, including myself. As of the release of this video, the Senate has been officially archived and released on the Internet Archive to the general public.
Which he tried to do under Sarah's name, just to be clear, because he's too much of a pussy to do it under his own.
Wait, really?
Yeah, really. Deadly serious. He tried to do it under Sarah's name, but spelled it wrong.
Okay.
To Serafina for being the original creator of the server, but an anonymous source sent me this information 2 years ago, and they will be remaining anonymous to keep them private.
Yeah, it's Kurova Milk Bar. It's a pedophile you're friends with.
They are a private user. Back when I was working on this case, they sent me the information during the end of the storyline of the Thunderdome. But
working on this case.
I want to point out that was like he sounded exactly like Kaz Warfox there.
Yep. Wouldn't surprise me if he was connected to more of those pedophiles. It's amazing.
Probably.
Love it.
I thought I would share it publicly. Link to the Internet Archive source will be in the description below. There is a zip file, so you will need to download it to access the HTML files that will display on your computer. And you can also check out the images on a different file. I am sharing this information with the public because this is a public Discord server, and anybody who joins it has the right to see everything. I will also be linking my old documentation folder on the abandoned alt account from 2 years ago. My notes are free to the public. I might not have everything,
Dude,
but this is...
Hold on. How did he spend that much time looking into this and get that much wrong?
I don't know, but I'm starting to wonder if I actually have history with this guy. Maybe he's one of the pedophiles I bullied years ago, and I just forgot about him.
It's so weird.
Majority of my research notes from 2024. And it also has some other stuff in there too. But anyway, we might as well introduce the two teams in this perspective. One team that is currently surrounding the Supreme Court at the time, and the other team that was surrounding Lio. And I'm going to explain to you the anti-ACC as well.
Oh no.
It's not small.
Before I establish the sides of Peaches and Lio, I might as well bring up the members of the anti-ACC. There were former members of Fox Mafia in there, which included North, a former member of Fox Mafia who would have videos and archives of entire calls.
I wonder if he'll mention that Nerf's a pedophile.
North, in retrospect, was very snaky and had connections to multiple issues and situations, including Just a Robot and Crystal Flame. North is a pedophile himself, but
finally got one right. Also, he had no connections to Just a Robot. What?
Besides that point, I will be bringing up that story later on in the video. Enla is a commentary YouTuber who is smaller and niche and is known for covering mainly art-related drama. But that's pretty much it. They're not...
And a pedophile defender. Lovely leaves that out.
Yeah, he's welcome. Like, you're welcome for her being smaller and niche, by the way.
I still need to kill her.
Really known for being a part of the LioConvoy story, but their former Discord server became a hub of the anti-ACC.
Fun fact, the reason why Enla started obsessing over me and Peaches is because we called out Undertale creators that Inla was obsessed with for being creeps, and Inla just rushed to their defense, because when Inla sees somebody preying on children, she needs to defend them. It's impulsive.
Wow. I looked in the chat for like 2 seconds for the first time almost this entire stream. I see Fishy wrote a chat, and it encapsulates this whole thing perfectly somehow. He wrote, "Serious video, by the way."
Yep, because I'm a big mean bully and I'm going to hurt people.
And it is where I've gathered the majority of my notes for this video back in 2024 when I was going to make it then.
That explains everything. Because there have been several people who say Inla's a good source of information on us. Inla and everybody who says that need to find a knife and shove it in their neck and pull all the way left. You guys are actually too stupid to be allowed to live.
There were a lot of stories that I have decided not to include because they were either minor to the overall plot or it contained a lot of personal information, and I did not want to leak that out for the public. I will not be including any more information as it's technically personal stuff, and a lot of these creators that were within these communities have private lives or are relatively known for just being commission artists, and I don't want them to get thrown into the crossfire.
The Crash Nebula flight suit for the Super Flex Freeze Ray to help defeat the evil Shadow in the Fairly Odd Parents Shadow Showdown. Available now.
For this video, I will be calling them Yummy, but they do have a real name, and people will know who they are the minute that I bring them up. They were one of the people who helped Hopeless Peaches write the expose on LioConvoy and his base behaviors, but after the situation and after the apology video, they would disappear off the internet after a suicide ideation from Lio, which was leaked years later, but this will be brought up soon.
What? They're talking about Lumi. Why are you protecting Lumi, you deranged, degenerate piece of filth?
The second member was Doodletones, another member of the FCK, and for the first month of the downfall of Senate, Doodletones would be on the same side as Peaches. Shortly after—
No? What? How do you get the players wrong all the time?
After she would switch sides and make an apology video and be working with Lio, but then Doodletones would fall apart. But I'll be talking about Doodletones in their own section. Nezzy Monster and Nazizi were other members of the FCK who would go and—
You know what would have made this video better?
If he killed himself instead of doing all this?
No, like, this format sucks. Like, it's just a bunch of miscellaneous— It's like Whiplash. He's just, like, bringing up the same people. It's like, why didn't you just have, like, each chapter be the person and then go through the whole— whatever. Anyway, I'm being autistic, sorry.
Same.
Nezzy would be exposed herself for trying to shift the blame onto others in the community, and they would be run off the internet by their main critics, Lio something and Kumo, and that's it.
That's not who ran her offline. It's not who ran her offline or them offline. I hate to tell you this, but me publishing that call is what ran them offline. Not anything they did. Not that I'm gonna throw any shade at Kumu, but that was a straw that broke the camel's back. That call I had with them where they just admitted everything. What a dishonest snake.
Before we dig deeper into Team Lio and how Team Peaches completely fall apart as creators, I might as well bring up the aftermath of some of the members for the FCK. I'm going to be as blunt as possible, but I do recommend the video by Techno, as she goes into a brief TLDR about it.
Let me back up. I want to double check something.
Aftermath of some of the members for the FCK. I'm going to be as blunt as possible, but I do recommend the video by Techno.
That's Tinco, not Techno. Tinco. Idiot.
As she goes into a brief TLDR about it. But if you want to go into a full 9-hour analysis, go check out Akumu's 4-year failure video. I don't agree with all of Akumu's views, but he is the best source when it comes to the story. Also, I don't have time to read all the pages of the Fruits K Club leagues or logs, so information may be outdated due to lost media or lack of information due to use of pornography. Also, the people will be in order based off of the FCK Degenerate Huggerbox video that was made by Kumo. Also, everybody on this list is not guilty. Some are, but most aren't. Anyway, this is the FCK list. Number 1, Nezzy Monster would be one of the main people called out in the situation, as well as being terrible at explaining themselves to the point that they were run off the internet by Lio something and Kumo. Also, she would be a part of the takedown of Kumo videos back a couple years ago. Please do not contact Nezzy Monster. Madlibs, another member of the ACC and the FCK, they would be a part of the Kumo takedown video. She would be the channel hosting it. Madlibs would later quit YouTube in 2023 due to their toxic dynamic and left the internet to improve themselves. In late 2021, I realized my relationship with my channel and the internet as a whole was unhealthy and was hurting both me and the people around me. So I decided to take a step back for a while. A while turned into a long time. I got better in every aspect of my life. I realized that this just isn't for me. All it did was make me angry and toxic. I regret almost every commentary video I ever made. All my channel became was me lashing out because I was at my lowest. It doesn't excuse anything though. I'm sorry to anyone or any community that I've ever hurt with any of my videos. This does not mean that I'm done with art forever. I'm just done being Madlibs. I'm sick of the persona. It's not me anymore. Honestly, while doing research, I read the description and this was a good apology video to the community. I can understand some people hold her accountable for what happened in the FCK, but the apology was solid. Please do not contact Madlibs or reveal her identity.
If you actually think that you're on drugs, I love that he gives the worst of people as much slack as possible, but because I yelled at Rosa, I'm irredeemable. It's amazing.
Miss Easy, number 3. Another member of the FCK. They would pretty much be run off the same thing as category as Nezzy Monster, but would run off the internet.
They may be pedophiles, but at least they're not rude.
Yeah. Yeah. Might be a pedophile, but at least I'm not rude.
By her own kind instead. Doodletones would later be involved in a fallout in regarding her own community. She would be outed by Mr. Kenneker for her diaper fetish, and later get called out for the FCK leaks, and so much more. She would disappear from the internet, but she still appears on it. I recommend the video by Gilla, which goes more into detail about her misadventures during the FCK leaks.
So...
No!
Why
is Gilla getting credit?
Why not? Well, you know, apparently making apologia and bringing a kid toucher back into a community isn't what sung Peaches, or not Peaches, Doodletones is other thing. Idiot!
As mentioned in my previous video, Dumbsville was on Rebel Taxi. He was a former art commentary YouTuber and friend and collaborator of the FCK, especially Future Butters. I don't know or care if they were partners at the time. He would slowly shift in the video game and animation content. Toby Majestic. If you are familiar with the ACC videos, you will know about the Toby drama. Just watch the Season McFly video to get more context. Nami. Probably referring to another ACC YouTuber that got cancelled for being racist. I don't know, I was confused. Here's the context if I find it. The name's Junkie, another former ACC YouTuber. I don't know who to contact in regards to this video. The wiki told me a bunch of dramas regarding doxing and being a general asshole, but I'm not an expert on that at all. If anybody wants to share context about Junkie with me, feel free to leave it in the comments.
Yeah, because just watching Julie's content about it was just too difficult for him, I suppose.
Yeah, no, there's not a lot of information because he's a hypocrite himself. Number 9, Future Butters, another ACC YouTuber that tried to turn into...
So, to be clear, Junkie convinced children to drop pornography, among other deranged and degenerate acts, but, you know, just don't contact him. He's with the biggest of kid clubs. I'm noticing a pattern here, and I do not like the pattern. You alive over there, Vlad?
Yeah, I'm barely... I'm starting to come to the realization that watching this video is self-harm.
Oh, it's down the road, but not across the street. All right.
And after the FCK information went out, they would go on a infinite hiatus. They were another one of the big critics against Kumo at the time. Number 10, Just a Robot. Wow, I guess the majority of the ACC traumatized on YouTube really did come from this free little club. I will be talking about Jar later, but I'm surprised to see him on this list. Hopeless Peaches, of course she is here. Teddy That Draws. She was one of the many victims of the FCK at the time. I already talked about her in the FCK section of the video, so I don't need to regurgitate it here. Solar Murders, the original focus of the FCK, as I already mentioned in my introductory section of the FCK. Manga Carmen, another member of the Fruitcake Club. He makes amazing analysis videos on anime and manga, now shifting away from drama. Also, I give him props for owning up and apologizing for the organizations and things he associated with back then. I respect Mama...
I'm going to be very clear, his apology was milquetoast, non-specific, and he's a snake. That's all I'm going to say about him.
For that, and I wish him the best of luck for his research. If you want to watch the apology video, it is right here. The other events will be brought up later on. Thuman says that she is doing a project similar to mine talking about the FCK, so it'll come out. I will let you know, and I will put a comment right here.
If Thuman's eventual FCK video is anywhere near as bad as this, I think I might just find a way to destroy the entirety of YouTube. Because you have to work hard to be this incompetent.
Unless they got canceled. Number 15, Mimi Dix, a video editor for Dumbsville and Future Butters. That is it. I don't know their involvement. They could just be hanging
They
around.
were a
Number
kid.
16,
You're listing children from the server on the same list as the adults, you degenerate piece of trash.
Jamesy, I don't know who they are. Lost to time, I assume? Number 17, Ellis Mark. Not involved in the story in the slightest, as around this time he was transitioning into talking about video games and cartoons.
Congrats on Ellis Mark for transitioning.
Heck, based on my old Rebel Taxi video, both Mark and Verosco would leave the community after Daft Pina's drama that I mentioned earlier. Ellis Mark was friends with Peaches at the time, and that was it. Peaches almost became a cartoon reviewer, can you believe that? Number 18, Ben the Looney. This guy is very controversial and his art is extremely fucked up, but the story of Ben is so fucking funny. I highly recommend the video by Jorny49. It'll be linked right here. Number 19, that one man who show off, a smaller creator that is obscure. They look like this is a hobbyist who is not involved, I don't think. Number 20, Chaos55T, a YouTuber who was known for suicide baiting and calling
Why
just a
is this
rumor.
list... What is this list again? I don't even remember.
People in the FCK.
While the allegations are not true, the story is a slight side of irony. And
wait, hold on. Back that up. Back that right up. Hold on.
Number 20, Chaos55T, a YouTuber who was known for suicide baiting and calling just a robotic rumor. While the allegations are not true, the story is a slight side of irony. And
okay, so he means that the story of Jar being a groomer wasn't true. Okay, just want to make sure.
Ellie Momelli. I don't know if I got this information right, so I will be putting it on the screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, the YouTube list. Not going to say the man's name because I don't want to get censored, but to get this tangent out of the way, let's focus on Lio's group.
Okay.
For the people representing Lio, let's talk about these four. Crystal Flame, I will talk about...
Wait, so hold on. For the footage of the people who were perpetrators and victims, for the FCK, the background was Star Fox flying through the sky, but my group were in freaking hell. Fantastic.
Them more in detail soon, but just to give you a gist, Crystal used to be a video editor for Peaches back in 2023. They were around her until she became a voice of the victims herself, over time for the victims affected by the FCK. This will backfire months later, but that's coming soon. The second person is Hidden Heroine and their partner Sin, who were both members of the Senate and were the creators of the Supreme Court, which is now her own personal server. You can still find messages from Peaches from there back in the day. You just have to search up Rebel Aaron and you'll be able to find it. It's under a deleted account, but it exists.
I actually don't think Peaches was ever actually in her server. If I recall correctly, she talked in her server through an alt account.
Next up is Zach's Not Kyle, a FGC YouTuber rebranding to Dragonfoot Zach. He would, for a couple of months, be a supporter of Lio and be a friend of his, all the way up until 2025. When their career took off in the world of fighting games, he would later delete his Discord and rebrand.
What? He still has the same Discord. He's still my friend. What is this nonsense?
Good for him. I'm going to be bringing up some drama-related things that he brought up, but that will be in a different section. But I wanted to bring it up here as a good reference. Please do not contact Zach. And finally, there is Monstrous.
I'm going to contact Zach right now.
Do it now. Do it in a balls.
That I brought up earlier in this video, but essentially became the right-hand man of Lio. In the month of April, two things would happen. And I feel like I need to bring those things to the light.
If you must have this totally gross game, totally comes with everything you see here.
So I'm going a bit out of order here, but I want to talk about the apology of Lio here. The 3-hour video. This is easily one of the worst apology videos of all time. This
I don't know. I still take it over literally whatever this is. Kill yourself.
video is full of contradictions that I will be bringing up throughout the rest of this project.
Oh, I'm going to love to see what he tries here.
Because the video might be already as long as me writing this, I will be connecting it back to the apology video throughout the video. The reason I'm not bringing up the allegations made by Hopeless Peaches first in this timeline is because they are a waste of time and they are a regurgitation of other people's allegations against Lio.
And yet you still used them earlier in the video, you stupid snake.
And besides that, I could make an argument about why this apology fails using his own points.
How about I point out how your parents failed in raising you by the fact that you're still alive? They should have just thrown you off a cliff.
Shout out to Pink Artistic Wizard on Reddit for providing an excellent TLDR. Please do not contact them.
Of course, Reddit.
Oh yeah, I saw this. Dude, I saw this part too. Dude, this is amazing. So, like, bro didn't even actually watch the video. He just had it outlined to him by some fucking rando from Reddit.
So he Redland Rangered it. He Redland Rangered himself.
Yeah, like, so you'll notice things that just don't come up. Like, whenever he brought up the Peaches shit just now, like that's the first like quarter of the video is the Peaches shit, right? And he's refusing to bring up that, which is crazy. I don't get brought up at all, if I remember correctly, in the wake of this particular video.
Shame.
In fact, I don't think a Kumo or whatever does either. I don't remember. So, but yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's kind of weird. So
it's
almost like he didn't watch it.
The abuse done by Peaches, Section 1. Peaches did show abusive behavior, both done before and after her introduction to the Senate. Multiple people were already actually abused by Peaches while Lio was not really there. The audio that Lio provided feels so fake and stilted, but it's real audio of Peaches being abusive to Lio, so it doesn't really matter. Comparing that to every other audio that has been introduced of these two together felt more like a role play than anything.
I actually want this guy to kill himself. I'm not joking. This isn't a haha. You need to kill yourself on live stream. Immediately.
At the same time, Lio knew about the sexualized material that Peaches used in the FCK, so what is his excuse?
She didn't have any. Womp womp.
The fact that he was rewarded his community with a bedtime story was cringe because they kept talking about the allegations.
That was after my video dropped, you idiot.
As well as going back into that DDLG kink example that I brought up that Lio certainly has.
Oh, I have one. Well, I bet you like kids. I bet you... Matter of fact, you don't have a kink. You're just a pedophile, aren't you? Bet you like kids, don't you, you little freak?
The clip is lost media, but I will find that duck clip one of these days.
You mean this one? Hold on. This duck clip? Let me pull it up for you. Duck.
A ducky, a ducky, a ducky, a duck, a duck, a duck.
How is that indicative of DDLG? It's not. This guy's just a snake, and he knows what he's doing.
Not only that, isn't the stream still up?
No, I removed the streams with Peaches, because screw that and screw her.
Oh, fair enough.
That clip is the biggest example of this connection between the two.
Why doesn't he just say that he's never been laid and no woman other than maybe his mother's ever touched him?
Is his mom a kinky stepmom?
I mean, if she is, you could always get her number, Vlad.
The second thing is Yumi jumping in. Yumi would join Peaches in the creation of the document, as well as being one of the main voices when creating the Supreme Court. He would get called out by her for being one of the main contradictors of Lio's interpersonal downfall, but this would also be delayed debunked by a call Lio did himself, where Lio said he would kill himself in front of Yumi.
That's not what I said. At all. But you should kill yourself. Immediately.
That is all I'm going to say on that. The third thing was his reaction to the Rosa Call. As I mentioned in the previous section, the Rosa Call is one of the hardest ones to follow up. He tries to tangent it into irrelevant topics that don't fit the narrative of the actual issues. Lio brings up not liking Star Wars in comparison to the Necopon situation. A call
No? What?
that should have never happened based on them already having the information that was presented to them of Necopon being a predator.
We didn't even know about Rosa being in that server or even knowing Star Giant until the first call on Techno's channel, where I was confronting them about their obsessive harassment of Misanthropony because of Star Wars. That's when I found out.
Secondly, as brought up by
Listen, that is a good reason to harass somebody, though, to be fair.
She's pro the new Star Wars movies.
I didn't say it was fair for her to harass people.
Fair.
I'm just saying the Rosa Call makes perfect sense when you take into consideration she likes 7 through 9.
Okay, Vlad.
Messes up the date of the Rosa Call happening in 2022 when the call and the investigation started in 2023, essentially throwing crumbs down a rabbit hole that leads nowhere. Number 4, going after a grooming victim. So I will be keeping both victims anonymous in the sections, but one of them did give information to the groomer at the time. And while the first victim is in the wrong for that sense of treatment, the rack that Lio made a comment about their sexuality, telling the victim she...
Yeah, he's talking about Jibs, the person he refused to list as one of Vita's victims, even though it's mentioned in the call he's trying to cite. Which, again, obviously don't stand by it. But he's such a dishonest little weasel.
Was the groomer's fleshlight is extremely fucked up. This is added on top of the layer of him
Dude,
being
it was a funny line! Fuck you!
I disagree.
Fleshlight on wheels is funny!
Duality. I had talked with the victim around this time it was coming out, and according to Crystal Flame back then, they are doing fine.
I don't think he ever talked to Jibs. Because he's claiming he did. I don't think he's ever talked to Jibs. I think he talked to Crystal, maybe.
If you know who they are, please keep them anonymous, and please do not contact them.
I disagree, Baiji.
The context of the comment was also provided by Pink Artistic Wits on Reddit. Lio's definition of vigilanteism, Section 5. According to the video, Lio would define himself as a vigilante, a member of a volunteer...
I never defined myself as a vigilante. I, in fact, said people who are using that word to describe me are morons who do not know what words mean.
Volunteer committee organized to suppress and punish crimes summarily, as when the process of law are viewed as inadequate, according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. In this section, Lio states that he is barely qualified to be a
Thank you for the dictionary definition, asshole!
Hunter. According to the YouTuber Stardust,
Dude,
and
I
the
hate
lawyer
that shit so much.
Right. That she has hired for their video, the fact that Lio didn't know about the organization RAIN, Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, and was predator hunting for over 5 years is insanity.
Yeah, until you look at what Rain actually does and realize that Stardust was out of her gourd, Barbie is a liar, and you are generally a brain-dead nematode for continuing to parrot this stuff, when I tore it to pieces, not only in the stream we did about Barbie being a liar, but also in the call I did with Dreamer. This is asinine.
Most predator hunters that are legally in this field would do these investigations collaborating with these networks like RAIN and law enforcement on multiple levels.
There's not a single predator hunter that has ever collaborated with RAIN because RAIN can't help them.
They get the information done correctly, meaning that this, with his lack of understanding of how law enforcement works, makes Lio look worse than predator poachers with EDP 445.
I don't know how many more times I can tell him to kill himself, honestly.
If you know, you know. Number 6, his relationship with Mint and Patchwork. Lio would show off multiple examples of his personal home dynamic with Pitch and Patchwork being very negative.
I never had a home dynamic with Patchwork. Patchwork was never in my family.
As of now, there's not really a lot of information on both sides to figure out
and
who is in the
fat.
choice for the story, as it does feature some IRL stuff that I do not want to leak. Lio would also claim that they would never talk about their topic again, even though he made 2 podcast episodes in 2025 with 12 other callers talking about them. So there goes that part of the script out of the window.
I never said I wouldn't talk about them again. Also, Guatcast happened this year, and the other one happened last year. You can't even get your days right, even though it's literally here 8 months ago, 1 month ago. Is numbers too hard for little man here?
Condolences to your animals, though. Nobody deserves to lose a pet. Number 7, Kumo and the Cutting Girl. There was a video that I will not be showing of a girl who cut her name into her leg, uncensored, saying Kumo. The video was lost to time, and honestly, I hope it stays that way. Back then, me and another YouTuber...
Somebody needs to send it to him, obviously. I say
it's on fucking Rumble.
who's staying anonymous, warned Kumo that this video could bite him in the ass, but he did not listen. I will go over my issues regarding Kumo in a future segment, but this video and the response got a mixed reception, as Lio has a tendency to delete comments, but don't tell him I told you that.
Delete yourself.
Number 8, Lio's personal life story. Lio brought up that he had an abusive father and was raised in an abusive household. According to a study conducted by Green, Halsey, Wallace, and Ford, it would state that several studies documented a dose response in which multiple types of childhood victimizations or repeated instances of maltreatment were associated with the greatest risk of adult perpetration. This study correlates to Lio's issues as an adult. His interactions with multiple members of his family, the many abuse victims of sexual harassment, sexual assault, rape, and child sexual abuse material within his own community, as well as being the main catalyst for many of those issues that have popped up during this investigation. So the fact that Lio tried to victim blame himself and claimed that the word groomer was ruined for him was based on his own actions, and they were backed up by years of psychological research on abusive families, as well as him connecting his abusive family relationship to the predator hunting that he did online.
That's also horrifically inaccurate. And you know what? I actually want to physically hurt this guy at this point. Just being blunt. Like, I want to strangle him. This is so unspeakably dishonest and gross, he just needs to have the life strangled from him.
And the final section is on Hopeless Peaches, Section 9.
That wasn't the final section. That was, like, early on.
This will be the last time I will be addressing Peaches in this video. They stated that they transitioned around this time, and they would have their document ready to debunk both Zach and Lio's videos on them. While I don't agree with Lio's videos in the slightest, they would state that Peaches and Fumi would try to manipulate and control the situation. Please do not contact Peaches or identify them in this video. The video was received very poorly. Yeah, there were positive comments, but those are the only ones that can be seen today, that, as Lio still is deleting comments. But don't tell him I told you that. Now,
delete yourself. I can't even remember if I do delete comments at this point. Sometimes YouTube just eats them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I get accused of deleting comments all the time, but that assumes I pay enough of attention in the fucking in the comment section. I just don't.
That, and even if I do, who cares? If you're actually mad about deleted comments overall, you're an idiot who needs a job.
I mean, to be fair, I think deleting comments is gay. But
I don't care if you think it's gay. The point is, who cares?
I mean, it depends, I guess, but sure.
I could have just ended the video here. A lot of drama was mentioned between different YouTubers, and the story has a clear ending, as many YouTubers looked into the mess of the story, and based on both sides of the runtime, assuming that this is going to be as long as I think it's going to be long, I might as well buy some background information for the behind-the-scenes stuff that happened during the era of the Thunderdome, the final part of the Senna Saga, as well as bring up other things that were building up behind the scenes, to an even bigger mess that was coming to the community today. Pootopia? What is a Pootopia? This is a public server that is ran by Poo, a character that I brought up earlier on. But why is the server relevant now, you may be asking? Well, to tell you the truth, this community has been connected to some of the Senate people for a while now. Hell, even well-known Senate members hung out around there, old school turd wranglers. A server where half of the members have the R slur and the hard N-word blasted everywhere.
How many old school Senate members are in your server, Vlad?
How many what?
Old school Senate members are in your server.
I think 1.
2. Me and Sarah.
2, yeah. Yeah.
What a well-voiced video. What a very intelligent video he's doing here.
In fact, a lot of them are banned. The raid, so.
Thank you, Baishi.
To the point that I would not be surprised if some of the members watch Daily Wires or episodes.
Daily Wires.
Daily Wires. They watch Wires daily.
So, okay, I just want to point out, okay, I just gotta say this. My server has a wide mix of political alignments in it, right?
Uh-huh.
Are there... No, it does. Like, seriously. Like,
I know.
A whole... You said, uh-huh, like...
Yeah, I'm stretching.
Like Oh. But even the conservatives that are in there, because of course there are, okay, I can assure you, they do not watch Daily Wire. And the reason they don't watch Daily Wire is because it's ran by a Jew. So I'm just throwing that out there.
I still remember when Langley mass tagged me, demanding that I prove religion is real. Not prove God is real. Prove religion is real. He was deadly serious.
But no, like, you see what I'm saying though? Like.
Yeah.
Even if we go and appeal to like the staunchest conservatives in my server, which there's not like a whole hell of a lot, right? Or at least not a lot of the active ones anyway. Like, but even those, like, they're not a fan of Ben Shapiro. They're not a fan of the Daily Wire, right? Like, so like I don't actually know anyone in my server that actually likes Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire. So,
I mean, I drove my wife nuts once with a Ben Shapiro impression. So I need to start doing that in your server, you're telling me.
what did you do? Just talk normally and speed it up?
Let me see if I can do it. Well, you have to understand, there's two different, like, things you have to look at when it comes to Santa. There's only two sides. There's the Santa believers, and there's the Santa deniers. And the truth of the matter is, when you actually get to your Christmas tree, right, when you need it out and you look at the present, you pick it up and you look at it. What does it say on there? It says, from Santa to, whoever's in the family. And you have to put your mind in there and think, what's more likely? That there's some massive constructed ruse to pretend that Santa's real, or that what's literally written on the label is just the truth and that Santa's real? All right? It just only makes sense that Santa's real. Drove her nuts.
I mean, that's fairly accurate.
Well, remember, if we ever wind up in a new pandemic, just stay 2 Ben Shapiros away from each other.
Infowars without the memes used for the context. But to be honest with you, after the apology videos behind the scenes, Pooh and Monstrous decided to work together to come up with a plan for Lio and Pooh to go back on good terms. So
really? You worked together.
That's not what happened.
Yeah, I know.
They came up with a debate plan. Pooh would have the condition that it would be public where everybody can access it, even the playing field. Well, we might as well introduce the other server, a Senate 2.0, even though Lio would claim that.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. If me and Monstrous were planning that, how the fuck would he know what we were planning? Or what I said?
Because he's just making it up.
Like, there's no, like, and number two, more importantly, the entire server was not even my idea. It existed, by the way, I'm pretty sure, was it created for the debate? Or
It was.
Okay. Yeah, like, but no, like, the entire thing had nothing to do with me. I wasn't the one that made any of these. Okay, whatever. I don't care. I'm just saying, like, I didn't set the conditions. In fact, if I remember correctly, you're the one that gave a list of conditions. I just agreed to them.
I actually can't remember.
Yeah, there was a list of things you didn't want me talking about.
Oh yeah, we were talking about what the things we were going to discuss were.
Yeah. Well, and it started off with you bringing up, like, you were trying to figure out what I wanted to talk about by giving a list of things you didn't want to talk about, and then my response to that was, well, that's cool, because I don't want to talk about those things either.
Yeah, it was tiring even then, so that makes sense. By the way, Gilla, what happened to Parliament? Vlad got bored. So he deleted it.
Yeah, got nuked. I figured everybody would have got that, but with the nuke gif. Because anytime anybody asked me that question, I just responded with the nuke gif.
I mean, that doesn't mean Gilla saw it.
Oh yeah, M1 just wrote nuke gif. Yeah, Steve Base. She
Fantastic.
got it.
I love having M1 in the chat. Anyways, continue.
But it's not the Senate 2.0, but this is the Senate again. This time...
You know what? If he really wants it to be Senate, we should drag him in there and berate him.
Just being under Lio's control this time. The original Senate was closed as a server in March 2024, with the server being archived by others.
It was April 2024.
The server would be a social hub for toys and cartoons, when in all reality, it was a front for drama and other bits of social context, known as the Cat Slayer.
That's the picture! That's what I was talking about. That was... Sorry. So he does know. How did he... Okay, you know what? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's all those things. It's not hiding is one thing to be another.
Many of the former ACC creators would disavow and would not associate with LioConvoy and the Cat Slayer.
That's fine. I don't want to associate with them either. I see what type of snakes they are.
Creators like Streamline Workshop, Green Apple, Manga Common, and Molly Malware would cut ties with the server after the Thunderdome calls.
Oh, well, brother, I could talk some trash right now, but I'll save it for later.
They would be critical towards those reactions and the actions that were done by both sides of the coin, and did not want to get involved in controversies connected to a failed pedophile hunting group.
And yet Mally was still sweet for Spocker. Love it.
Within the first week of the server, we already had a major call with the FCK leaker who I will be keeping honors. When they got revealed, Lio did his first confrontation call the same week as his apology video, and threatened to call the victim's father. To provide context, the victim...
I never threatened to call Ren's father. Never once.
...was being abused by their father.
I don't even know how he got that. Like,
I don't know either. I don't know how Crystal got that either. It was just trying to dog on me. But let me... this is actually a part I want to get into, so let me go ahead and back it up a little bit, and then continue.
Oh, okay. Lio did his first confrontation call the same week as his apology video, and threatened to call the victim's father. To provide context, the victim was being abused by their father both mentally and for their sexual identity, and was dealing with interpersonal family drama after the virtual grooming they had to deal with. This was the line where many people draw a red line, and Lio has made himself a massive target again. Around the same time, people were also critical of Crystal Flame as she was involved in the call, berating the leader of the call, even though she said she was the voice of the victims. Her biggest critic at the time would be up-and-coming small commentary YouTuber.
Okay, so firstly, what they're describing isn't what happened. I never threatened them. Also, their name is Ren, and this is Ren Erasure. You lying snake.
Time, Lay Something, who was known for being in the small commentary in the Low Cow Spear. She was introduced to the story via now recording and was aiming her sights at Crystal Flame, Zack's Not Kyle, and the people who supported Lio. Also, I tried to find an image that was not her tits or AI generated, but hopefully this suffices. I will find something in the editing portion, don't worry.
Okay, that's actually kind of funny.
Wait, who? Sorry, who's?
He's talking about Leia something. He couldn't find an image of her that wasn't, and I quote, her tits or something AI generated.
I'm sorry, what's wrong with her tits? I've seen them.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. The rules of the Thunderdome were simple. Number 1, no outsider information when it comes to the debates. The only people who followed this rule were Gilded Pooh, Leia Something, and Zack. Number 2, don't piss off Monstrous. And number 3, Beckett or Cope and Seethe would be the moderator of these calls. Those were the rules. Around this time, Kumo would start to interact more with the community and would build up a team of researchers. The goal of this was to create more videos covering the LioConvoy issue as they were coming up.
And it failed miserably.
The problem was that a lot of researchers had their own bag of dirty laundry. I will talk about the dynamic duo in a bit, but for an example, one of their members had a Kirby as their profile picture and would later get exposed for weird allegations. I don't know who the Kirby guy is, but another factor of the group was initially falling apart.
The only person I can think of that ever had a Kirby profile picture was Asuka, and she wasn't part of that. What?
Kumo was also having issues over the course of 2 months. Before we talk about that, we might as well talk about the fact that Crystal was gone. A few days after her confrontation call with Lio, Crystal would leave multiple communities and would hibernate into her own server and leave Endless Community as well. At the same time, some of the...
I didn't have a confrontation call with Crystal. Like, is he talking about what happened in Guac? Was it a confrontation call? At least I don't think so. More of an argument.
People that were associates of mine back in the day would get harassed by both Crystal and North, and I would call her out in a now deleted video. And Leia...
I want to know who his associates are.
Something would establish Crystal as a snake. A bit of a fun fact, I started the Daily Dot with old crappy videos from 2024. They won't reflect on what I think about it today. They are not lost video, they're just private for now.
2600 now with its new exciting games at a new low price.
Call number 1, Lio versus Pooh. Winner, Gilded Pooh. Number 1, Lio disavowed his previous actions and owned up for his issue. Lio lost the debate and kept using strawman arguments, and Gilded Pooh sounded like he was either drunk or delusional. Verdict, a waste of fucking time. Call number 2, Lio...
Well, if it's a verdict, it's a waste of time. How did Vlad win?
I don't know. I don't think anybody won, but,
I mean,
you know,
I guess we both won in the long run.
I guess.
Well, I mean, think about it. How many times have we had to, like, help each other out dealing with lunatics on these spaces? It's ridiculous.
Versus Zack. Winner, Zack. Number 1, Leia kept making comments about move on multiple times. Number 2, people were critical of a woman in her 30s attacking a 19-year-old. And number 3, Zack was blazing Lio at the time. Number 3, Zack was able to move on and make FGC videos while Leia nearly lost her job with the accusation of the Cat Slayer trying to dox Leia and called her job. And because Leia had her legal name all over the internet, it was pretty easy to find.
When did we dox Leia something? I don't know.
I legitimately don't know.
I have no clue what that woman does for a living. If she does anything for a living, and I don't care. Like, Leia actually messaged me last night asking about it. Like, did you guys ever do that? I'm like, no, what the heck?
Call number 3, Lio versus Kumo. Winner, nobody. 1, Lio was aggressive trying to put the pass against Kumo. 2, Kumo was being an edgelord meme head going after Lio. And 3, the debate made Kumo look worse on his group, while the debate made people like Mr. Enter lose respect for Lio over time.
That's not what made Enter, quote-unquote, lose respect. We'll talk about him at some point.
Verdict, Cope and Seethe started to shift his channel around to the content at the time since he was only known for now recording at the time and was a solid mediator of the drama. Also, Lio lost a lot of respect from many creators, and Kumo was starting to lose the respect that he was building after going after Lio.
Saturdays beginning at 11 on Adult Swim.
Kumo had 3 relative members that were known for being a part of his team. Kumo, the head honcho himself, the right man woman of Kumo being Romantic Goblin, and Cope Gatto, the commentary bicycle...
Cope Gatto. Cope Gatto.
Dude.
Calling them you can't call Goat the commentary bicycle, you're not one of us, and Goat was never with Kumo's crew.
Currently dating Gibbon Ant, but who cares about that? Back then, Kumo had a Discord server, and the server had minors in it that were doxxed and reported by Lio himself.
What? When did I dox anybody in Kumo's server, much less children? What?
Yeah, true story. A 15-year-old told Lio to shut up in front of his girlfriend Hopeless Peaches. Lio got in his feelings and told the school that the 15-year-old was going to shoot up the place.
I referenced it irritated by her that Lio doxed was in Kumo's server. That's why it's being... That happened before Kumo ever showed up. You idiot.
But anyway, I was on a call with the kid at the time, and the server was not age-gated. I did not participate in the server's activities. I just wanted to say hi to Crystal's partner at the time, who was a friend of mine. But the server was full of minors, as well as having Ed and SFW edgy memes.
Oh, that's fine. I guess I can try to contact Crystal and see if she knows who this freak is, because I have a feeling. He's probably somebody I've ran into the ground before.
Pretty much fucked it, so I left the server. I brought it up to Gilded Poo and Enla, but Gilded said it was a nothing burger, and I was like, okay.
Okay. I don't know. Hold on. I heard this before. I don't remember ever talking to this guy ever. I don't know who this guy is.
I doubt you did, frankly.
Like I have no clue who this guy is. Until this video, I don't even remember hearing his voice. I would have loved some receipt to this claim.
There's none of it. There can't be. Doesn't exist.
But I kept the notes in my head. But around the same time, Enla decided to cut ties with Kumo due to his behaviors clashing with hers, and Kumo being a general asshole. But this bubbled up into one of the bigger dramas that would pop up not just in the server, but would pop up in general, and you can blame one individual for that. Meet Bruce. This intellectual dweeb is known as Bruce Bonkers, a funny little guy who cried wolf to everybody. Enla, Kumo, Goblin, Pooh, Monstrous, and even Lio. And even the people who didn't give a fuck or cared way too much.
Oh no, they did not ever try to climb wolf to me. I just bullied them for drawing rape art of my channel mascot because they're a freak.
About the story Bruce told everybody. In retrospect, the Bruce section is funny as fuck, but this guy was fucked up as he was crying out tears and he was crying out wolf so much about Kumo's server and other issues that were going on. But Bruce had issues himself. In 2022 to 2023, he would be one of the last few people exposed by Senate for drawing images of rape fetish art. These images would later get leaked by Romantic Goblin in multiple servers. In general, these images were poorly drawn and left a poor taste in my mouth, but if they were drawn any better, they would look like they were made by Shadman.
Yeah, that's why you use pornography in your thumbnail, right? Because Karuba told you that I used it as a profile picture. And God forbid you do any vetting of information from your pedophile friends.
Bruce would try multiple times to tell people that he was innocent, but in all reality, he destroyed the reputation of Kumo in some circles of the ACC.
No, Bruce Boinkers has never destroyed anybody's reputation other than their own.
People were skeptical about his words and his use of communication, but now the plan was dead. From having one member outed as a drug-abusing predator to all of this, Kumo needed a reality check. But this is what his channel and legacy would be remembered for. Let's talk about the Golden Child.
名作保証まずはついに大完成
What do I mean by the Golden Child? Meet the Golden Child, and the man who was known for being an evil autistic. If you've seen that clip on Twitter or Instagram, you will know what I'm talking about. Birdie was a controversial animation meme YouTuber. I don't know much about their backstory, but shout out to Darkwing Dork. It perfectly describes my thoughts on the overstimulation on my screen.
It's Deadwing Dork, not Darkwing Dork.
Anyway, they would get into drama in 2020, and years later, Cindy Bear would defend them. A lot of it had to do with grooming, and I guess their partner is similar in that context. Meet Cindy Bear, the golden child of the animation meme community. Starting off at the age of 13 years old in 2018, when she was growing up, her parents would try to help her out, but it was considered abuse in the eyes of Cindy. Cindy Bear would start to become more dramatic over time, and even deranged with their NSFW art to the point that Cindy Bear would be in deeper hot water. The digital problematic behavior came in the fact that she drew fan art of her and a minor OC engaging in depraved acts on the same level as Bruce Bonkers. This was a connection to the video game Undertale, as she was one of the many Sans girls, which might be getting its own episode of Oddities one day. Anyway, my theory is that Kumo, Goblin, or Goat ran into Cindy in a distant art server and decided to plan a collaboration since Cindy was having issues and probably wanted to expose the Senate to her, at the time, huge audience of 400,000 users.
That's not at all what happened, and it's pretty common knowledge if you know how to look at a single stream.
Also, she was moving in with Birdie, and nothing bad would happen.
Birdie moved in with them. They didn't move in with Birdie.
Right?
Dead Zone. Final epic in the DBZ triple feature. Next. Only Tsunami.
Cindy Bear would have multiple interactions with members in her servers, including minors. She would talk sexually, draw a lot of suggestive art, and even have a sexually suggestive art in graphic methods, and was engaging in grooming activities with a 14-year-old at the time via Discord, and these allegations were brought up in 2024. These acts were so egregious that her partner at the time, Birdie, found out about this, felt unsafe, and moved out. Cindy would have multiple breakdowns and make multiple apology videos over the course of 2 years. Her most recent apology video was released a few weeks ago in 2026 as of me writing this video. This will be the last time I will be mentioning Birdie, so please don't contact Birdie. If you want more of a biographical piece on Birdie and Cindy, I recommend the videos that were created by Tosify, as it goes into a good TLDR on the
because somehow this is my fault.
Situation. But if you want to look into the funniness of Birdie, I recommend the Darkwing Duck video. The Darkwing Dork, I mean. The victim of Cindy would comment on this, saying, watching this felt like a year-old woman being torn open. I don't even know where to begin, and I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. Everybody thinks that I'm supposed to hate you. I don't, and I'm tired of people telling me what I'm supposed to think, how I'm supposed to react, whether I should speak or stay quiet. None of this was really my choice. I'm angry. I'm angry at the situation, at the community, at myself. I want to direct that anger at you, but the truth is I still care about you. I still want what's best for you. I still miss this version of you I was shown, and that makes this hurt worse, not better. I want to believe you didn't know what you were doing, but you are smarter than that. You made content about situations like that. You were capable of knowing better, and something I still struggle to reconcile. Please do not contact Cindy. That is what Kumo and Just a Robot did, and it did not work well.
Shut up! Where are the full freaks?
Anyway, here's the most talked about locale of 2024. Just a Robot is a commentary YouTuber that is still making videos to this day. He started off on DeviantArt, but then switched over to YouTube. I recommend the June the King video if you want more details on that. Why am I introducing Just a Robot here? Let me tell you some funny stuff. Did you know that people were getting tired of Just a Robot's shit because of his terrible coverage of the Peaches story?
No. That's not accurate.
When that fell apart, Cindy Bear reached out to Jar to talk about her story, and Jar was going to defend her.
That's also not what happened. Jar reached out to her.
But first, he was feeling flirty. Chud Logic, another YouTuber who is an oddity himself, would call out the flirty jokes, and this is where it would end up. Being the biggest laughingstock of the situation, Hick's career would never recover. Hell, multiple YouTubers including Mally Malware and Cartoonshi would share their experiences on how he was being very stalkerish towards Mally, and how he ran into Ponder, and Ponder felt creeped out. You know you failed as a YouTuber when they created a defense squad because you wanted to do him so bad. Just a Robot is not just a subtle cautionary tale about being chronically online idiot who was making drama videos to get pussy and completely failed at it because Lio already had Peaches, Birdie already had Cindy. But what about Kumo? Kumo and Romantic Goblin would talk.
I'm starting to wonder if this dude just thinks anybody who's a female friend or compatriot is just somebody they're after to goon with. I hate this guy. And I'm going to make it my life's mission to just bully this guy into oblivion now.
Yeah, this is really dumb, and my brain is fried.
Well, you might want to go ahead and hop off because you've got to be on your server.
Well, I was just gonna say that, and I got other obligations. So, yeah. I hope you enjoy the last 30 minutes of self-harm, the animated feature. So
I probably will not, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good day or night.
Later.
If I can figure out how Discord works. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'll skedaddle to that in a minute. I gotta save something and bring it on. Just give me a moment here, chat. There's somebody who's gonna be joining me here in a minute. I think it'll be the first time he'll be on my channel, and I want to make sure I have a still up for him. So, boop. There we go. Saved it, and now we continue till we get to the point we need to be in, where we bring him in.
About Cindy, like it was a divorce, and Kumo, I believe, actually developed feelings for Cindy. Feeling jealous about the jar, leaked his video, told Cindy she was a terrible person, and this would lead to many YouTubers going after Kumo, and Kumo would flag a video made by Flyleaf Gaming, a small commentary YouTuber who was in the same group as Given It and Leia Something. Small world, I know. But it would be potent seed that would save the day from all of this bullshit. The Just a Robot Files would be a video made by Beckett. This video would do well because of the editing as well as his connections to part of the commentary community in the ACC that used to be around Just a Robot at the time. This would in turn be a direction that Lio was looking for. While Kumo was being turned into dust and Just a Robot was being turned into a clown, Lio would start to work with Beckett as a front to get his reputation back. Many people within the main commentary sphere that I've talked to were worried about this direction for Beckett. Now,
you don't talk to anybody other than your own deranged delusions. No, I didn't do this to get back in good or as a front to come. Jar I thought was my friend. I saw some issues. I brought them to him. I had to be persuaded to publish the call. By Beckett!
Recording pretty much was going under at the time, as many of the members would leave Now Recording to go join the Locale Network, which was a brand new organization started by Keemstar. Beckett would stay within the ACC, and while talking to former members of the ACC and Senate, most people would say that he was a bad creator. Not a great one, not terrible, but just pretty bad.
24th at 12:30, Adult Swim.
The Case of Beckett and Hidden. The Case of Cup and Seethe is a collaboration channel between Beckett of Now Recording and Jenny Matrix. While Jenny makes appearances in videos, the video is mainly using Beckett as the face of it. Now, I will bring this up because Beckett was, at the time, the mediator for the last two Thunderdome calls and established a connection with LioConvoy. Lio had already lost his collaboration with the mysterious Mr. Enter, a YouTube who started doing investigations, but due to his connection to Phineas, who I heard was a really good investigator at least. So Beckett was the second best guest for collaborations since he can build up an audience with commentary again.
I've been on Beckett's streams maybe 3 times total. This is crackhead theory.
Beckett's information is important here. I will bring it up because Beckett would be the bridge between the ACC and the general commentary communities. There is one major situation that came up that Beckett was able to turn the whole ship around and make I Loved Impossible a lot look like a hypocrite. But I'm going too far ahead. Another creator would start up as well. The Case of Hidden Heroine. Heroine was a former member of Senate turned YouTuber. A bit of a commonly unknown fact was that Hidden, Sin, Yummy, and Crystal would create the original server known as the Supreme Court. As I've already stated, you can find...
Why does he consistently try to defend awful people? Curious.
The conversations down here. It's a bit bizarre, but Hidden Heroine would plan to launch her channel in 2025 as a new commentary creator for the ACC. Some people were skeptical of Hidden Heroine's rise due to their collaboration with Lio being well known. Lio still has a reputation of being a piece of shit, and while he hasn't predator hunted in months, he's still engaged in content and drama farming, which goes against his apology video.
I've never once said I'll never do drama again. Also, I love that you're calling me a POS, but you're fine defending predators. That tells me everything I need to know about you.
But he will deny that. Don't tell him I told you that. There's one minor drama that
Anytime you want to hop and call a big guy, even though I know you're freaking out in Malcolm's server right now, take your shot.
I want to bring up before we get to the next major section of this video. The Nerf allegations were originally written by his victims back in June of 2024. The allegations would entail that Nerf was 17 when he groomed a 12-year-old looking to move in together. The actions in the allegations were disgusting, and Nerf would confirm the allegations later in December of 2024. The allegations would be presented to Gilded Poo and Enla. I heard about these through Enla's server and felt disgusted about what I've heard. People still say that I associate with Nerf to this day. I do not, and I never have. Gilded Poo would release his video to the world in February of 2025. A leak of a bunch of personal information on Nerf, a call out for Nerf stealing ideas and stories from other creators, and even taking personal jabs at Enla for their lack of foresight on Nerf. Enla
There was no lack of foresight. She just covered for him. Enla looked at somebody wanting to have sex with a 12-year-old and said, "It's okay, baby. You just have autism."
did actually take responsibility for the situation and made the decision to only talk about it once.
No, she didn't take responsibility. You idiots gave her a pass because she's a female. And that's very obvious.
This was a massive fuck-up, and Lio has a ton of fuck-ups, as he says, and Beckett still works with Lio to
I never willfully covered for a predator.
paraphrase what she said about the situation. Good on her for owning up, honestly. And please do not contact Enla.
Well, don't worry, I don't plan on contacting her. I plan on putting her on the ground. Alright, so let me go ahead and add the image still. Give me a second here. I hate that there's no way I can hide this until I have everything moved. It's really irritating, actually. I hate that it makes it all massive too. Again, not a Lio stream without the scuff. You guys know how it be. You know how it be. Thankfully, we're almost done with this awful, awful video. And I'll make sure to bully the loser before bed tonight. Because he deserves it. He hardcore deserves it. Let me go ahead and put this in the right folder so it resolves properly. Boom. All right. I'm calling the Italian.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Hey, Chief. So I heard you heard you got some issues here.
Boy, do I. You know, this is a funny video because I've shared it to a couple different people. Like I shared it to Beckett. Oh, you just watch together? Ew. Join the room. Ew. Oh God. Ew.
You're lucky. No. You are lucky I even know how to do this.
I thought you would just use Discord like a normal person. Now I gotta like pay attention.
Yeah, and I use browser Discord. Do you trust it?
That's true. Apparently, I'm low on your end.
Because you got a soft voice. Let me go ahead and increase
Discord.
Your call volume.
It's my microphone. My microphone and Discord love each other, and by love each other, I mean not really.
There we go. You were at 40% for some reason.
Oh wow! You must hate me.
More than Discord must hate you.
This is the first time I think I've been on your stream.
It is. Congratulations. Welcome to it. You get to deal with all the autism.
Am I? No. I wanted to listen. I am not a sweeper. To Ajot, whatever the fuck your name is. You just annoyed me by getting multiple things wrong in this video.
Multiple. I know this is a common saying, but you unironically could list the things you got right, and it'd be a much shorter list.
I will say this because I've talked with Leia. Leia's like, yeah, so this guy could have just reached out because all this shit is lies about me specifically. And I was like, oh, that's really shitty. Yeah. But yeah, I don't think I've ever really encountered one of your spurgs this way. So I will say I kind of had a good time. This specific video made me laugh.
Yeah, well, he needs to be bullied to death.
I disavow. Oh, where's Vlad when I need him? I can't even disavow me because he's not here anymore.
He is dealing with his Putopians right now. He's streaming a video that's going up like Sunday live for people so they can do it because they're patrons of Vince. And I'm not watching it because I'm doing my own stream. But you ready?
I am always ready.
That one Happy Meal, please.
Here you go. Thank you. Well, let's reignite an old flame from the Brony War. Lazy Bedhead is a YouTuber that I want to bring up here. Known for their making their oddity videos, talking about weirdos and serious allegations, in 2025 they were in talks with other creators within the sphere of I Love Kim Possible a lot. The reason they were in talks were because of some serious pedophile allegations of a well-known My Little Pony creator within the community at the time named Black Griffith. While the allegations are false in the eyes of multiple real-life people and family members based on some old vlogs dating back to 2013 and the living conditions at the time, I am not going over these allegations, as these people do not want people to pry into their personal lives, and the allegations were proven false by a lot of people. These allegations would make me sick too if I were told that just because they grew up in the neighborhood means that they're an automatic groomer. Wow, I guess all the big kids in the neighborhood are groomers then. Broad strokes for different folks. The real motive of these allegations was not even related to KP. It was related to a person by the name of Brony Fandom, a person who has been in the My Little Pony community for years. The biggest issue...
No, that's completely incorrect. Okay, so let's talk about this logistically for a second. Lazy was in and around the sphere, but the covering of the Black Griffin stuff was in relation to the document. Because if Lazy Bedhead was in talks with KP and other people, she wouldn't have had to cover the video because Courtney Pete made a mildly successful video on the topic. She covered it on her own. Secondly, yes, Brony Fandout / Bonk exists, but it's KP's own fucking Insano Braino video that propelled everything. The focus is still on KP. It's not like Brony Fandout apparated he apparated partly some allegations against Black Griffin. You can't buy Girl Scout cookies anymore, Lio. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that. It's horrible.
Can never buy a Black Griffin. Black Griffin can't buy Girl Scout cookies. But again, that's not correct. That's not how that worked. But sure.
Sure.
Oh, she'll be here soon.
Great.
With Brony Fandom as a creator, as well as the biggest issue with other people connected to Brony Fandom, was that Brony Fandom had a bias against other creators, and KP had a bias against creators too. The main situation that KP wanted to focus on was the allegations against two different YouTubers, DA Games and Saberspark. The DA Games and Saberspark allegation videos are often regarded as one of the worst allegation videos ever presented, but DA Gamers was a YouTuber and an editor.
Okay, pause. Incomplete, erroneous, wrong, and this guy's, this guy is such a fucking weirdo. People are correcting him in the comments. All he does is heart the video. Does it maybe pin corrections?
No, he doesn't care.
I don't.
DA Games. I don't know how much of this you listen to. I have a gut feeling. This is some dude that I've destroyed previously. Probably some kid toucher who just rebranded, frankly, because that happens more often than you'd think.
I mean, so this is really funny. So I think it's 2 videos ago, or 1 video ago, actually got recommended to me. Because he did a video on Pan Pizza, the creator Pan Pizza, and his podcast. Now, I remember the podcast, and I remembered some of the weirdness around that podcast, and I was like, oh, you know what, I'll watch this later, maybe I'll stream on it. Hey, I ain't fucking streaming on it now!
No.
Because this is again, completely incorrect, because the DA game... One of the issues was the DA Games allegations should have been its own fucking video, because it's dead in the water, because the only 3 people that I know of that have covered it are Harlow, Internet Adjacent, if I remember correctly, and now KP. Those allegations are just dead in the water.
Real quick, can I address the chat? Tim of Dims, no, he is not. I know the guy. Okay, a couple things here. Number one, just because you know him doesn't mean he's not a kid toucher. Secondly, I've watched your little buddy here unironically sweep for predators multiple times in this video. So either do one of 2 things. Snatch a guy up and tell him to stop being a moron, or 2, tell me who he actually is, and then I'll find out. Because your boy sweeping for predators doesn't do any job of convincing me that he's not one. And also, to this statement this guy made, one of the worst accusation videos, second only to his own.
Fair. Again, I have no issue. I have no issues with the guy outside of like you just made a bad video because I don't know enough about the ACC to actually give a fuck. You're all fucking weird. But
you're Italian. You don't get to say that.
That's okay, buddy. Go adopt another adult. Not the point.
I mean, do you want to be on the list? You could be the first son.
Listen, you want to know what? If you give me as much money as you gave the other one, sure.
Do you take installments?
You know what? Sure, buddy. Can I get them in cashier's check?
God, I don't even think they do that anymore.
Oh, they've got to. They still got to do cashier's checks. They can't take away part of the banking system.
I think they do primarily money orders now. I don't think it's inherently cashier's checks for the most part. I think most of those have been phased out by now.
Are we that old that we remember those?
Yes, actually, I think we are. Just like we remember pay phones, we remember rotary phones.
That's sad.
Yeah. Let's get
at the time for My Love Can Possible a lot. The controversial story would be a time that he masturbated on KP's clothes, which is fucking disgusting, and in all reality, the situation was owned up to by KP.
This is the image he used for DA games, though. Why is he talking about... I mean, he worked
he just leaves out Aficionado Chris. He literally just leaves out Aficionado Chris. Like, I can't explain how incorrect this statement is, because he just leaves out an important person of KP's story.
Well, that, and he said that the guy admitted to doing that. No, he admitted that he passed around the idea or the tale as a joke that he made up.
That again? And to be fair, it was disgusting. He's recognized it as disgusting, and KP is okay to not forgive him. It's the life ruination that KP is notoriously known for. That, like, at a certain point, at that point, it's just fucked up. Especially when she accepts the guy's apology to his face.
To be clear, by the way, KP had told me multiple times that he never apologized. So, love that I got lied to. Not that I went after the guy, but still.
Love how she does that.
Yeah.
DA in 2013. And the fact that KP was actually harassed and decided to keep going on and on about the situation, trying to find every little crumb and meme, made KP look desperate. And the Cyberspark allegation had no background information, and the allegations conveniently came out around the same time the user Brody Fandom released it. This video was a...
It's not convenient. It was coordinated.
Yep.
It was coordinated. All of them were in talks. And if you leave out the part that KP publishes the allegations partly because she has her own history with Cyberspark, and the fact that Saber and DA Games both employed Aficionado Chris, you're just telling the story so incredibly wrong. You are better off leaving this out of the video because this isn't even ACC related. It's purely just Lio related, and it's weird.
And he gets it wrong still. Again, like, he's got maybe 5 things correct here. It's amazing. I mean, I think this actually dethrones Kumo's video as the worst video I've ever seen made on me. And that's impressive. That's impressive.
It's a waste of time, and it would be received negatively by everybody who's watched it, to the point that the re-upload would have many people, many actors who were involved in it, who would call out the video.
This is true. This is true.
Hold on, but the re-upload didn't have that. He said the re-upload had that.
No, re-uploads did. I know specifically 2 re-uploads had, because I featured it on my stream, 2 re-uploads had people who voiced in the video being like, hey, she never told me what this was a part of. She just asked me to read this.
Well, that's news. Thank you.
Yeah.
That they didn't consent to this type of content, and they didn't appreciate their voices being used for this. This would lead to her downfall.
Disney's California Adventure, opening February 2001.
KP would be debunked by almost everybody. Cyberspark would respond.
Also, I have to actually point this out. The timeline's incorrect. The timeline is just 2025 to 2026.
Yep.
Literally, timeline's incorrect. Jar absorbed so much of 2024. It's not even funny.
He did. He ran with it and is still doing so today.
Manner, bringing up inconsistencies in their videos and allegations and denying everything, as well as bringing up an interview with KP that she did with Slug that showed even more consistencies with their argument. Saber went through a lot of stress during this time, but she's doing a lot better. Please do not contact Cyberspark. Mr. Enter would also give his 2 cents on this thing due to his connection to Phineas, a longtime collaborator of his and many of his team working with KP in the past in regards to situations like Lily Orchard. He would pretty much say that KP...
Since when did Phineas have anything to do with Lily Orchard?
Yeah, that's... Okay, so that's like a weird part, because it's like, it's Enter... Lily Orchard plays no role in this outside of Courtney, which he conveniently weirdly leaves out. He'll put Courtney back in the video, but he will weirdly leave them out right now.
Of course he will.
Courtney will come back. Unfortunately, the unhomed will return. But like Enter's involvement was predominantly through Lazy, because Lazy and Enter are friends. Like Lazy, Phineas, and Enter are friends, and so when some of the re-examination comes in, and Enter is doing his own individual research alongside Beckett and myself, because we didn't have any contact with Enter. And so we're all doing like coinciding research. It has nothing to do with KP. I mean, yes, he had access, so did we through Lio, but it didn't have anything to do with KP. It had more to do with just parallel research. It's just an absolutely incorrect retelling of events.
You know, I'm still mad that KP was planning on throwing me into a call with the three of them, knowing full well they didn't want me in the call.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's fucked. She only did it so you would defend her. Regardless of, like, how people felt about you, it just literally was just a defender.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked. I wasn't going to do that. At all. It didn't. All right, we got 13 minutes left. Save me.
His information was terrible and did not fit any of the true facts that were connected to the story, rather using the story to boost your own career. This was the last controversy as of now that Mr. Enter and his team has contributed to. Please do not contact his team. Lazy Bedhead, as an act of quote-unquote revenge, would tell the whole story about the plans for the allegations.
Okay. Let's talk. What do you mean revenge, brother?
Hold on. That's actually true. She did say that her option is revenge in her video going back over all this.
But it was tongue-in-cheek. Her entire 3-hour video and the 2 subsequent interviews were about her clearing the air because she recognized when this is the Lazy's credit, and it's the credit to the person that she is. She recognized that she overlooked the inconsistencies specifically regarding the people publishing the Black Griffin allegations, because the overall story was one that she felt uncomfortable by, which is totally fine, by the way. I've constantly said that even if Black Griffin is not a groomer, you could still feel uncomfortable about someone knowing their now wife when they were like 14, but dating and becoming engaged and marrying when she is a legal adult and all of that nonsense. You could still have a problem with that. However, it's the people behind the allegations and how they're propagating the allegations, and really some of the outlandish parts that you're like, okay, these don't hold water. Under a further investigation, they're kind of nothing burgers, if not just show no information whatsoever. And that's just how that worked.
All right, then. Well, time to continue to try to soldier through this.
Oh, also, but we won't pause there. He'll say that like Lazy's like pseudo-retired, got a real job, and is like not really doing content anymore. Yeah, Lazy hasn't made like multi-hour-long streams and videos on topics that she enjoys. I literally cannot.
That's good.
Video that goes into it. Lazy Bedhead would later decide to step away from YouTube as a career and focusing on expanding her hobbies. Good luck to you in the future, and please do not contact Lazy Bedhead. Other than the solid Saberspark video and the response to Lazy Bedhead's thing, Kept kept talking with Lio and KP about the issues that KP kept bringing him up, and even kept bringing KP on with more issues evolving in. Additionally, he would use this to talk about Courtney Pete, which I will be doing a video of their own. Yeah,
that's not Courtney Pete's profile. That's Lily.
You know, if he does do a video on Courtney, I hope she just like hyper obsesses over this guy and ruins his life at this point. Like, he clearly can't handle any of this. What a drooling idiot.
Episode of a lot of these, they have way too much to introduce, and I feel like I'm becoming redundant at this point.
How much money would you put down that he focuses on Lily's cartoon takes instead of the fact that they're a kid toucher?
Man, I really hope not. Like, that would unironically, that would be. The man should just delete everything off the internet if that's how he fucking does it.
I mean, I think he should regardless, but no, I agree.
When it comes to perspectives, Lio's perspective was that he wanted to change his image into becoming a father figure for KP.
Evidence, please. Evidence. I would like to borrow a cup of evidence.
Like, so let's talk about KP, Lio, and Lio's involvement in the Saberspark story. Now, obviously, many people will know, if you've watched Beckett's video, how that all came to be. What you may not know is the exacerbation behind the scenes, because I talked with Lio about this, just the exacerbation of, she's my friend. But
why is she being dumb?
And not only that, it's in this call,
yes.
It's in the father figure call, where I'd never heard, like, I don't know if you and Peaches ever had like a final confrontation call.
No, thankfully.
I don't. There's a moment in this call where you're like, but you're my friend, and she kind of like dances around it, where she doesn't really want to say that she never saw you two as equals, but she's clearly saying it when she's like, well, I never really paid attention when I was in your server. And the air leaves your lungs, and I can just, it's just sadness. It's just still sadness. Dude, and none of it is father figure shit, because I've seen your DMs with her.
It's all just, all this could have been avoided with just saying I'm sorry. Like, it all could have ended there.
It's so funny because none of this happened.
Of course not. I think the guy just doesn't have a dad and is trying to project.
I disavow.
No, you don't.
This is like the biggest Prince of Egypt theme that I've ever seen, and the thumbnail looks like it. LioConvoy would actually be one to defend Courtney Pete at the time, but would cut them off during the fallout of the situation.
I defended them against what exactly? Against what? Oh, that's right.
Now,
nothing.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that, and it's like public knowledge, like Courtney Pete falling out in your space was Courtney accusing like your mods of being
one of
like
them, yeah.
like
of being a rapist.
Like being like a rapist.
Yeah.
Because like they're and their partner have a complete understanding of like sexual encounters where like if they don't get like the most like emphatic like written down consent, they still understand what consent means, right? And then like discussing kinks. I just remember I popped into Cat Slayer just to fuck with her, and she's trying so hard, and she's like calling me like a pedo defender and all this, and I'm like, oh yeah, you dumb bitch, is that what we're doing?
And then she completely and utterly crashed out, and now she's single and homeless. Fantastic.
Lives in the tent.
The only thing I defended her against was Cy Scribble's nonsense, and I'm so happy to see that Cy has crashed and burned.
Lio was a bystander this time. And finally, there was Hidden Heroine, who would pretty much do the same thing as Cup of Seed and would actually start her successful career with the interview with KP. Success that was so good, it led her getting a local police report done on her in Germany. If this still needs financial support, please let me know, and I will update it in a pinned comment. I don't know if the legal information or the legal case is still going on, but if it is, please let me know. TLDR, this is still a semi-active story as of me writing this video. From multiple interviews.
I gotta say this. Why in the video, because this is the first thing, right, where it's Beckett is a bad video creator. He's not really a bad video creator. He's annoying, but not a bad video creator. And he's my friend, so I could say that. And then you kind of leave out how important the videos that we created on Emmy and KP and Bonk and all those things were. And then you leave out the part where KP false DMCA claims multiple people and then erroneously and technically against YouTube's policies use the doxable information that she gathers from the DMCA claims to then file a police report. It's almost like all of that matters in its own context, because if you just say that out loud, KP sounds like a worse fucking person than propagating false rape allegations. Shocker, I know.
Yep. Amazing. Let's get through this. Oh my god, let's get through this. Only a few more minutes left. Only about 10 minutes
that
left.
People have connected to KP, to the legal notice that Hidden got during the making of the interview. I'm just going to say, leave it as is, and please don't interact with KP. The final point that I want to bring up is, what are the other things going on with the community? There's other stories that are starting to pop up now. Consider this segment a take with a pinch of salt segment, since these stories have been in development as of me writing this video, and these stories are not done yet. So if I get any of this information wrong as of March 3rd, the day that I'm recording this, then I get the information wrong. So just...
I mean, It's part of the course for literally all of your video.
Please take this with a pinch of salt. The 3 stories that I want to focus on here are related to Cy Scribbles, Cooley, and Given and Gatto.
Cooley. It's related to Cooley, Falgi.
It's Cooley. Let's go.
But let me explain them. For the Cy Scribble stories, it's still being development as me writing this, and people wanted me to bring up the story
pause. It's not in development. I published my video on her being racist and transphobic, queerphobic, whatever the fuck you want to call phobic, in her Discord very publicly. She leaves Twitter, thank God, because I don't see Lio and her fighting every single fucking day. For
Free entertainment.
It was 3 months straight, motherfucker. I put you two on mute.
I would do 3 more too.
And it's like, no, it's actually a done story because, and later at the end of the video, I'm not going to spoil it, because I have no problems necessarily with the people he thanks for this video, right?
I'm going to
it culminates with Anthony Grimigula and Malcolm being like, we don't fuck with her anymore because she doesn't listen and she doesn't stop. Now, it's more Anthony than Malcolm, because Malcolm's just like, she crossed the line with me, which is perfectly fine, right? You can have your issues with Malcolm, but he stuck to the standard, right? Again, but that's a done and dusted story. She has gone to her dying channel and just fucked off. I know she's fighting with a friend of Anthony's now, but like, technically the story is done as of I think 6 months ago my video came out, or maybe even less than that. You could have wrote that in.
I miss bullying her on Twitter. It was genuinely entertaining for me.
You two needed to have like copious amounts of sex. The tension was disgusting.
No, I would never ever. Even if I was single, I would never want to lay with Jabba the Hutt. I think I'm good.
It would have solved all of my problems.
No, I think that suck-shotting a shotgun would probably solve most of your problems in that one.
No. I disavow.
I don't. I reavow. I double avow. All right, let's continue.
It does not have a lot to do with it, but she essentially gets called out for saying extremely racist things, and for being in collaboration with YouTubers like Goddammit Malcolm and going against LioConvoy.
She didn't get called out for being around Malcolm. She got called out by me for letting children access porn and giving them access to a child porn fan fiction and shrugging her shoulder saying it's fine. That's my issue with her.
Also, that's not the origin point of even though Cy didn't like Lio before, that's not the origin point of their arguments. The origin point of the argument, technically, if we're becoming technical, like Lio alluded before, was Anthony and Cy, in my personal opinion, not necessarily doing anything bad, like not doing anything out of the realm of commentary, just out of soyness, which is, you know, you can criticize them for that. Engaging with Lily Orchard, Cy rebranding her channel on April Fools as a Lily Orchard parody channel, and Anthony Blake publicly saying that he would pay Lily to debate them live. Now, you can have criticisms of that. Courtney did have criticisms of that, and that's kind of where the feud starts. Again, I personally don't give a fuck about those criticisms.
I do.
I think they're all lame, but that's like, I just think all the criticisms and even specifically the thoughts of maybe paying her money, but I just think it's all lame. That was my personal take.
I don't know. I think that offering to give a pedophile $700 because you, and I quote, feel bad for them to get them to talk about Neon Genesis Evangelion is one of the most grassless, jobless things I've ever heard a human being say, ever, and that person probably needs to be thrown into Gehenna and left at that. Continuing.
There's not really a lot to say about this story. I just know that she was extremely toxic in multiple fandoms, and I have plans on doing my own Helliverse video one of these days, but if I talk about this, I'll talk about it on a later video. The second video is related to the YouTube Cooley. People wanted me to bring
Cooley.
It's just
Cooley.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I think big brain theory, and if true, this is where my claps are to you. I purposely think you got a bunch of info wrong just to have people react to it, because that would be honestly big brain.
I don't think he knows how to tie his shoes, so I highly doubt that. Especially considering he's apparently freaking out on Malcolm's Discord about the attention this video is getting.
Is he really? I mean, like, he is
actually.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, your
it's
video is
hilarious.
getting attention.
I think it's hilarious.
I know Becca has seen it. I think I think if I remember correctly, Chris has seen it. Wait, this is a side tangent. Have I told you the funny little Chris thing that Cloudy found recently?
No.
Apparently someone made a birdie video. And the comments are all like, "Oh my god, thank God, not a transphobe made a good birdie video." And then under one of those comments, people are just bitching about Chris. They're just bitching about him. It's so good.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Doggone it. All right, let's please just 10 more minutes.
This one up, and I didn't really see anything. I don't know why, but Lio worked with them one time, and that was it. They are no longer on good terms as of me writing this video.
What? Since when am I not on good terms with Chuli? Where is he? Sources cited the crack pipe.
Cooley did have a GoFundMe. I don't know if it's legit or if some people are accusing them of e-begging, but if I get the information that is helping them out in their situation, please let me know, and I'll do what I can. And the other stories that popped up, Goat Kato and Give an Ant are a couple, and Ant crashes out. That's it. Who cares? Also, I mean...
You notice what he didn't include, Lio?
Literally anything important.
No, but notice what he doesn't include in the Goat Kato stuff.
All the Cupidite stuff?
No, fuck the... No, not that. Where's Aiden?
Crying bitter tears?
No, but where... I'm gonna say it. Where's Doxer Underground?
Lio bad.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you clearly made this video earlier, and it's okay. Like, it is okay, because in this video, he does make, like, some concessions to say, hey, you know, like, Lio wasn't involved in this one. Why wouldn't you just say, like, yeah, these people crashed out on Lio? Ain't that crazy? Ain't that weird? Like, it's just kind of easy. It's an easy slam dunk, even on Lio.
I just think it's really funny that I do nothing and win.
Keeping my mouth shut.
Silver or Deed story in this, as this is just developing now, and there's no other mission other than the fact that they made fanfiction for Sophia the First. Kill me! The purple dude seemed weird, and I'm staying far away from the YouTube troll police. LioConvoy seems to be a dust bunny with how many people are sweeping for him. Do you really want him to run your community again?
I have yet to be swept for.
The ACC is dead. It's been dead since 2024, if not earlier. Nobody cares about the SEC ACC. The community... I came in and I covered the corpse of the community, and I'm not even from the ACC SEC. I've asked people around, and everyone's like, yeah, no, the community's dead.
Oh, they're, it's not dead. But don't worry, it will be.
Many people within the ACC sphere are calling this the Lio sweeping arc.
Names, please? Oh, wait, they don't exist.
Because while multiple people have made videos calling Lio out to be a terrible person...
Okay, so most of these are awful. Like, congratulations, you cite Viaquay. You cite Vincent Martin. You cite Crispy's Tavern. You cite Crispy's Tavern. You cite Malcolm. Like, these are your sources? No wonder you're so mentally stunted.
Bad Predator Hunter and so much more. To be honest, he's still gonna do it. Lio wants to be known...
I have yet to do predator hunting for the past 3 years, but okay, Chief.
As a Toy Reviews channels, but he always dips his toes into drama and makes more money that week.
Estimated monthly earnings. Views gained. Okay. He's currently in drama with Viaquay, and that is giving him more views. Maybe if you look at what Viaquay is doing, you'll find out why I'm talking about him. Go ahead.
Have you ever published your YouTube earnings?
No.
Why does this guy care? Can I I'm always gonna say this. Like, I don't. The idea of caring about somebody's YouTube earnings while having a video that most likely has ads on it is the most, like, bitch-made thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, oh, he's making money. Okay, you're also engaging in drama, so you're also making money. Because, again, every time you keep saying, well, Cat Slayer's going to hear about this, or don't tell Lio this, you do want Lio to cover the video, which I have no problem with. I think it's totally fine. But, like, it's you stand on a house built on sand when you bitch about other people making money.
Yep. Also, I'm not a drama hunter. It shows up at my doorstep. I don't go find it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you did want to cover gay sex drama, and you did it so well. Apparently, people were mad about it.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you this right now. There's a clip from those calls where Internet Adjacent and other people are questioning the cleanliness of my sphincter.
That's I mean,
I guess Cinderella wasn't enough for Internet Adjacent.
No, maybe he thinks he can fit 2 fingers in this time.
Well, I mean, I just don't get it because, like, I'm not 17.
All right. The fact that people within this community are still coping with him being redeemed while his detractors are seething in the reason that he's still around, this is an oddity. But this is the ACC. Hell, Via Key made some serious allegations against Lio that were being used for notes in this video, and the project can be backed up. And the fact that Beckett has been sweeping...
They can't be backed up. Via Quay's a liar and a manipulator, and the fact that you believe anything he's saying tells me that you will actually just need to literally find a cliff to jump off of head first.
You know, it's interesting. The lack of Dreamer inclusion I did find interesting when I watched the end of this video, because I only watched from the KP onward, because obviously I don't really give a fuck about the early ACC Senate, top of the barrel, like all that shit. I don't really care. You're all fucking weird for that one. But like, I find it really interesting that he didn't include any Dreamer.
Why
because
would he?
Because, and this is important, because the whole Psy matters, and even Malcolm matters, and other people matter, like Aiden, because people were treating the Dreamer call, your call with Dreamer, as the quote-unquote Rosa 2 call.
Yeah, that was
so
gay.
it's really interesting to not include that, almost like he wasn't confident enough about Dreamer, and was still keeping his ear to the pulse of the community enough to realize Dreamer was a losing horse.
Maybe. Or he just literally didn't notice because he's a moron.
Maybe. But I can't say, but if you cover Vicky, you know of Dreamer. It's just 1-to-1.
No, not really, because Viaquay never goes over Dreamer in his videos on me.
There's a Dreamer featured video.
With Caitlin Coy, not with me.
Also Parlo.
Yeah, but not with me.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean, like,
So,
it's the connection.
Anyways, 8 minutes left.
For Lio so hard, and Gilded Pooh has been edging himself trying to bring back the gore videos is insane.
Vlad's never done gore videos. Where is this coming from?
I'd say give it a couple months. I would not be surprised if one of these series gets canceled in the same way Peaches did back in 2024. I also would not be surprised if Hidden Heroine cut ties eventually. Yeah, he helped her with her career, but it seems like she's even getting tired of the bullshit. Zach, as of this
no.
video, has left the Cat Slayer and is in the process of rebranding, and I wish him the best of luck.
Zach's still in Cat Slayer. He never left.
The lessons that I learned while making this video is please go in responsibly. I'm being serious. Kinks are going to happen, but educate yourself before you go down these rabbit holes and monitor your kids on the internet better.
That has literally nothing to do with me. I'm guessing you need to have your hard drive checked.
Half of the bullshit in this timeline are teenagers with way too much time on their hands. Another lesson that I learned is that online predator hunters fucking suck and they never solve any issues. If you're dealing with predators or you know people who are dealing with predators, talk with a responsible guardian or talk to the organization Rain. I will have some...
Rain doesn't help with predators. You're an idiot. All of the people who've been saying that Rain should be contacted, they're all idiots. Kill yourselves immediately. And considering this guy literally multiple times, Fauci, swept for actual predators, he needs his hard drive checked.
All I will say is I agree with the point that online predators suck and they ruin actual cases. I completely agree with that. It is why, in the one instance I found a real-life weirdo, I reported it to the National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children. If you find shit like that, that is what I recommend. I do recommend Rain, obviously, for survivors and things like that, to use the resources associated because they can connect you with law enforcement as well as support groups.
They
and
don't,
other things
actually.
Like that.
They don't connect you with law enforcement at all. It's completely out of
They
their jurisdiction. They
said it on their website.
No, I literally have a recorded call with them. They cannot do anything involving law enforcement. And on top of that, they will only help you if you are an adult.
Yeah, I remember Rain is like an adult organization. That's why I said
it's for
National
adults.
Centers for Missing and Exploiting Children.
Which is why I'm tired of people saying, well, these predator cases Lio handled, yet they were all, when it happened, they were children. Rain could not have helped Jordan in that moment. I am tired of this stupid point being brought up because it sounded smart once and they don't know what they're talking about. I'm literally just going to bludgeon anybody who brings it up going forward. I'm going to just constantly embarrass them and I'm going to bully them and hope they kill themselves.
Use the local resources in your area.
Yes, use a gun and shoot somebody.
Resources in the description below. Predators are no joke, and these people are not your savior.
Also, you know what? That is the worst Thundercats.
Yes, it is.
There's more.
Hey everybody, Future A. here. I actually had an original outro that I was going to use, but I decided I wanted to record a new one since I actually finished the editing this time. Yeah, this episode of Oddities took 3 to 4 weeks to make. The intro was done by Castle Labs. I actually got thumbnail help from a person by the name of Night Fawn Arts on...
Ah, yes, Night Fawn. A freak who allowed a predator into her space as a sexual harasser when it had children around it. And by the way, is also currently sweeping for Cupidite. I know you're in there, Night Fawn. I know you're in her server. Very intelligent of you.
Blue Sky. I know that they're currently dealing with some bullshit with Lio right now, but they were super duper helpful in regards to the actual formatting of the thing. They genuinely helped me out, and I can't wait to work with them in the future. If you're
yeah, I hope you two have a couple suicide.
Looking for some good art or even some good commission art, please contact them. They are genuinely great, and I recommend their service. They're nice.
They're actually not. Their art's actually extremely bland.
Wait, but what art did they do? They just put... Okay, because so I...
Help them with the thumbnail.
But I've seen the thumbnail. Okay, to be fair, I actually don't give a fuck about that image.
I do. The reason I do... Hold on. The reason I do is because he's sitting here at the beginning of the video talking about how he's not going to provide not safe for work and how that's all bad, but he puts it in the freaking thumbnail. That's my issue with him.
Yeah, it's also to piss you off, in my opinion.
No, it's not. No, it's not to piss me off. It's because he... All right, so there's somebody in Malcolm's server whose name is Lord Fartquad. That's a Fox Mafia member named Kurova Milk Bar. He's a pedophile. He gave that idiot that image and said that it was my profile picture at one point. You have a tendency of assuming these people are smarter than they actually are. I promise you they never are. They're never as smart as you think they are. They're actually just base and dumb.
Sure. What I was going to say was the thumbnail is just putting all those images into circles in a starry background. There's no art involved. That is all graphic design.
Yeah, and if you look at Night Fawn's art, most of it's gradients and textures and not actually solid art. I bullied her over her art the other day.
Also, I do want to give a shout out to Goddammit Malcolm's community for giving me some insight on stuff in the past.
You know, there's a lot of really damning things you could say about Malcolm, but I think this is the most damning.
I actually ended up getting the chance to talk with multiple creators back then, and even people who were a part of the Senate then. At the same time, like, I know that a lot of the people are coping and seething within Cat Slayer. Please don't go after anybody or contact anybody.
Nobody's coping from this. We're all just making fun of you because you're a laughing joke.
Specifically, don't go after Lio, don't go after Gilded Pooh, don't go after Cope and Seethe. I have opinions on them, and I'm not planning on contacting these guys or talking to them ever again. I have talked with Gilded Pooh in the past, but that was 2 years ago, and I don't really give a fuck. I'm not going and reestablishing that connection because of...
Meanwhile, he said this entire video was for the victims, but he's scared to confront me. I love that.
Of a YouTube video, because realistically, who cares at the end of the day? I actually genuinely do feel bad for the people who were negatively affected in this video, and I hope that they did get help.
I feel bad for your parents for birthing you and not smothering you.
I hope that people like Spocker or Birdie, Cinny Bear, and Atlas Peaches, I hope that they do get help.
He hopes the pedophiles get help, except for Peaches, who's not one, but everybody else is.
Let's talk about this. Spocker is still around. I know he's still around. I know he watched the Toastify. I know he knows the Toastifies videos exist. Remember, he asked people's opinions, including Ponder, on how to hide the fact that he solicited nudes from a minor when he was 18.
Yep. And here's again why, Tim, I say there's something wrong with your friend. According to him, I'm irredeemable because of the Rosa call, but literal predators. He hopes they get better. Your friend needs to kill himself.
And the other thing is like, Birdie is... Like, Birdie as a person is very interesting to discuss and talk about because, yes, do you want Birdie to be better? Sure. They're young enough that you actually want to see considerable change. They're incredibly disturbed. And yeah, sure, they were probably groomed at one time, and I completely believe that. But the ferret, that then by their own definition grooming someone themselves, even as a minor, the very clear sexual relationship that was with Cinnabear, yeah, it's incredibly obvious. Like, there's so much to Birdie that you're like, oh, I hope Birdie gets better. I'm like, no, I hope Birdie just gets institutionalized.
That'd be the best for them, honestly.
Because, like, apparently they're abusive to the grandparents who tried to give them a free home.
Yeah. I can 100% see that. All right. 5 minutes left.
Yeah, they're fucked people, and yeah, they don't deserve to be on the internet, but mental health, medical health, and everything else can help you, and it can...
But guys, what about the pedophiles?
Actually make you a better person. For the people who were negatively affected by Lio, I talked with some of your friends behind the scenes. Hopefully, I was able to get your message across correctly when it came to covering the story.
Wonder how many pedophiles he has in his friends list.
I am not in your shoes. I am not in your perspective. Especially people who are transitioning. I know little to nothing about that. I have friends who are transitioning or non-binary. I really hoped that I was able to tell your story correctly. And I also do want to...
I was never transphobic to anybody. What crack is this guy smoking?
Say this as well. If you are actually dealing with online predators, RAIN is one of the best organizations to reach out. I have a friend of mine who's dealing with some predatory action on Discord, and they were able to get the help that they needed to get themselves out of that situation with RAIN, as well as with actual mental and medical health. I have talked with therapists before about
are you
these...
friends with children? Are
Probably.
Because I gotta say this, like, if you're saying that RAIN helped is good for kids and grooming, are you friends with children? Why are you friends with children? Brother, are you a child? Please, for the love of God.
He's not a kid. That's the worst part about all this.
Online interactions, and they do say that if people interact with these wrongs, they can be actually arrested. There actually is, you know, they can actually deal with it. They're going to say in like places like Cat Slayer, oh God, please don't do anything. When in all reality, I would trust an authority rather than somebody who claims that they can't be around children or have children because...
Again, Mr. Not Safe for Work will not be shown. Flashes pornography on the screen. The police don't tend to do anything, and you can actually track that in real time. Operating off of ignorance because he wants to trust what people who are detractors say without any actual evidence of the claims.
Also, I can't believe I'm sweeping for you. I'm going to put the gun in my mouth.
Do it.
The statement of you can't be around or you can't have children was never, ever about pedophilia and grooming.
Correct.
So to use that at this point is one of the most disingenuous, and like he like did it too, where he like brings up the random statistic in the middle of the video, and it's like, well, Rhino could be like it's just like one doth protest a little bit too much.
Yeah, he actually just needs to kill himself. I'm not joking or maybe he needs to actually just kill himself.
Mm-hmm.
Have the tendency to abuse them. That is a real quote from the person that I did talk about.
No,
I genuinely want to say that before I finish off this rambling, that I'm...
But since we're gonna lie, this guy has said multiple times that he goes into like school areas and like finds gym clothes to sniff, right? Since we're doing that.
Probably won't be taking a break from making another episode of Oddities for a little while. I've had a couple of people send me suggestions for future ideas. Somebody sent me a suggestion for Glitch and indie animation, talking about the hate behind them. I also got the suggestion to cover other things. I even got the suggestion from older communities as I was in to talk about my experience doing research on the Brad Taste in Music thing. I also have ideas too. I do want to talk about stuff that would be considered taboo to be presented. I do plan on talking about stuff that's
time out. You want to talk about the Brad Taste in Music thing? I'm the guy that leaked the audios. You better be talking to me, motherfucker.
He won't. He'll just say he did.
Like, well, listen. Here's what I will say. If your friend is still in chat, you can hit me up. I'll probably ask you about how you got the KP stuff so bungled. But I'm not going to be overly mean. I have no problem talking to you. I talked to June the King about his video. I got no problem talking to you about yours.
Oh, I have no problem talking to him either.
Intended for kids because I'm a fucking adult, and because as an adult I can guide people in the right direction and shit. I'm not.
By the way, as an adult, he made sure to make it clear he was never going to hop on stream and talk about this. He doesn't want to talk about the video ever again.
Gonna be some holy Moses white knight and tell people what the hell they're gonna do. In all reality, that's the whole reason why the Senate exists in the first place, is because many people want to be a glorifying figure, when in all honesty...
Meanwhile, you morally grandstood this entire time and made things up, you duplicitous snake.
At the end of the day, nobody on the internet is a glorifying figure. Not even me. But I hope this video was a good cautionary tale about the ACC. And shout out to Fistwolf Live for the backgrounds. I will credit them forever. If they told me not to use backgrounds anymore, I won't. But I do want to say thank you all for watching these videos. Thank you all for watching my Rebel Taxi video. That one went beyond expectation, and I'm absolutely excited. And I also want to say thank you for just so much support in the last couple of years for this. This has been the most successful my channel has ever been, and I'm really hoping for more successful episodes. Also, don't send any harassment towards anybody. At the end of the day, this video was a story, and this video is not intending on being a continuous drama piece, because who the fuck cares about that? This is outdated drama, and at the same time, people from multiple drama spheres want me to include current stuff, and I'm like, nah, fuck that. That's gonna be for its own story.
But if you did include current stuff because
Yep.
the KP stuff is current. You got the years wrong and the story wrong. That is, in its own right, current. This is, I get it, a LioConvoy video. It's not really an ACC video. It's a LioConvoy video, which is perfectly fine. I give a fuck less. Lio has spurged in his own time. But, like...
Do it again.
Yeah, I know you will, and it'll give me a fucking headache. But, like, that's the thing, right? Like, you can't just say, well, no, fuck this, I'm not going to include it. When you included the Goat Kato drama, which is quite literally weeks old, not months old, not a year old, weeks old.
Yep. Freak behavior.
That's why the Lio story is one of the most interesting stories on YouTube, and the reason nobody wants to cover it, or the reason people don't cover it correctly, is because they forget about certain pieces, or they worry that they're going to get doxxed themselves, because Lio is notorious for deleting shit. But because
I'm notorious for deleting things? Since when? Oh wait, he made it up like everything else in here. Because it's such an interesting story and everybody gets it wrong. Meanwhile, he literally gets everything wrong.
my video does not contain anything from Lio's videos, this video should be fine for the most part. At the same time, the people who do want to stop these kind of videos are the people who are worried that this kind of story will ruin the credibility. But what the fuck kind of credibility do these people have? I don't know. I still am figuring out what I want to do with this series, and so I don't want to just be a drama channel. So
yeah, you know, it's weird where he's like, what credibility do these people have? Again, so they get facts right. I'm going to be a little bit of an annoying one on this one because you got the KP stuff wrong, and I fucking broke that story, so it annoys me the hell.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, again, I'm on Lio's stream. If you're going to call me a Lio sweeper, I guess I've been on other people's streams, yada, yada, yada. Like, you could have just spent a little bit more time than 3 to 4 weeks and just made sure that you got everything right. And what I'm like a little surprised by, and I actually am going to say this, if you're crediting Malcolm's community, and I know Malcolm's community would have been far more critical of the KP and specifically Saberspark stuff because Malcolm was involved in some aspect of that and covered it. So like it is a little telling that you credit people in communities, but it feels like you didn't vet your research, maybe buy them, or you didn't vet all of it, and it's very bizarre. Very bizarre.
I expect nothing better from people like this.
Other things, and yeah, new album's on the way. It should be coming out. I also have an EP coming out on March 13th. If you've watched this video all the way to the end, I will probably show off a sneak peek. I'm planning on releasing the actual trailer once this video is done, so I do want to say thank you all for watching this video.
Awesome. Let's feature JJK and Devilman, because what can't we do? Be original.
Yep. Well, I'm going to go ahead and start closing out the stream and reading out the super chats. Valji, thanks for stopping by. We'll try to have you on again at some point. I hate this guy, and I'm sorry he screwed up something you worked very hard on.
Yeah. Ain't that a bitch. Goodbye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
We have exercised the Italian. So, let's go ahead and go to the super chats here, and then I'll give some closing thoughts. Da-da-da. Y'all been very kind this time around. GG Pixels for $10. Hold up. My show is on. Yes. Grey Knight CMD for $5. I'm here to be entertained by crazies. Hopefully you got your entertainment. Digital Sketch for $5. Oh no, the white woman is angry. Whatever shall we do / sarcasm. Yes. Agumon T1 for $5. Popcorn. Get your drama eating popcorn here. Hope they got it. Digital Sketch for another $2. In a galaxy far, far away, no one freaking cared. Let me see if I can do that better. In a galaxy far, far away, no one freaking cared. Beefamets for $2. You know how jar types? This is how it sounds. Yes. Crow's Claw for $5. This is like being on LSD. Had my appendix removed on Monday, so this is incredibly entertaining. Hope you're doing well, Lyle. Well, I hope you're doing well. Monsters for $10. I'm clearly the superiorist user in the commentary spaces. I'd agree. Zigzag for $5. The Lio haters just can't stay away from ped defenders. Yes. Mako-chan for $5. One good thing Star Wars gave us is a slur for robots. Can't argue that. Shatterstar for $2. I am a victim of Leo Corduroy. Wow. Magical Raccoon 707 for $5. Let me guess, he's also friends with Jar. What kind of research is this? Someone needs to do a flip. I agree. Blinky Iris, hi Blinky, for $5. This is some crazy AO3 YouTube AU fanfic. There's the challenge, folks. Write some BS stories about these guys. Digital sketch for $2 and $5. What is this dude smoking and how can I avoid it? Someone take AO3 away from this guy. This fanfic is booty. Baiji for $20. Hey guys, it's me, the Dolphin Man, as they call him. I just want to remind everyone that Vlad is super evil for posting that ghastly Dolphin comic, and I can do no wrong. Trust me, I'm a dolphin. Potato for $2. I got a baller pineapple pizza for free on Monday. Dude, I got one for free not too long ago myself. Love pineapple pizza. Toa for $2. Cindy Art with Jar is coming up, by the way. Yeah, it was weird. Potato, again, for $2. The limit does not exist. Probably not. Budgie Pudgy for $5. I am now convinced Silver indeed wrote the script. The amount of conflicting. I made it DF sources up. And then Encyclopedia LARPing, yes. Potato for another $2. I pay my rent and cashier's checks. They still exist. Well, that's kind of cool. The one and only Phineas for $2. I think I coined calling KP a female Jar. Probably, and it's accurate. Digital sketch for $10. Is it weird that he would say, don't contact XYZ, but doesn't say that for Monsters Hidden or Lio? We know what he is. Hive Cat for $20. This is for more symbiotes, old man. I do need to finish that collection of symbiotes. I'm still missing some. But Symbiote Week ends tomorrow. And we have Gilla, the Blood Spiller for $10. Unironically, all of this history should have been taken 3 months to dig into. The fact that he backwards long jumped way past all that research tells me he should quit. He should quit life, in general, honestly. He really should. But I thank you all for being here. Feel free to join the server if you're 18 up. It is a fun place to be. I will put the link in here. It is 100% powered by autism. You can enjoy art. You can enjoy drama. You can enjoy media. Just follow the rules and don't piss off Monstrous. Oh my god, don't piss off Monstrous. I'm hoping to have some videos out next week. One's a call compilation, one's maybe a media thing. And yes, Cat Slayer has always been 18 plus. I guess somebody in the chat's claiming otherwise, but no, it's never been anything but. And there's been no 13 or up server ever. There we go. I will go ahead and send you guys to commercials. And I will catch you all later. I hope you all have a good night. And don't do drugs or you'll wind up like this guy.
Don't miss the super androids that fly on wings of silver and fight with nerves of steel. The mighty Silverhawks.
Afternoons at 4.
ThunderCats! Ho! Thunder excitement is flying at you this fall when the ThunderCats tear into action.
Let's cut those mutants down to size.
Get ready to strike a blow for justice this fall with the mighty ThunderCats.
Lupin! Lupin! That man is a notorious thief who works all over the world!
Let's go meet this treasure that's soon to be ours.
Don't say that I didn't warn you. You can't fool me! You're planning something again!
Jeez, Cops can't get anything.
He'll steal your heart, and then he's coming for everything else. Lupin the Third, premiering next Saturday night at 2.
Take it off.
That'll be my pleasure!
Only Tsunami on a...
Beast Mode Second! 最大の敵がついに目覚めた。ライオコンボイ変身！新司令官の登場だ。ガルバトロントランスフォーム。破壊大帝驚異の三段変形。ライオン台風。史上最大の対決に君も参加せよ。だからトランスフォーマービーストウォーズ。
If one is born a man, at least once in his life, he will dream of becoming the strongest man alive. A
you surprised at all? This is Orochi-style karate.
That's it, baby. Come straight for me.
Your training has paid off most impressively. I'd be happy to reward you now for all the progress you've made.
He could never recall
What an adorable little playground you have here.
Maki the Grappler.
You have accessed the secret files of the SWAT Cats. Name, automatic cement launcher. Function, launches pre-mixed fast-drying cement at the rate of 5,000 GPM, glots per minute. Very effective at freezing monsters right in their tracks. Ending transmission. You have accessed the secret files of the SWAT Cats. Name, Jake Clausen. Occupation, garage mechanic. Alias, Razor. Real job, SWAT Cat. Designs gadgets to capture bad guys. Goal, protection of Mega Cat City. Favorite expression, bingo. Ending transmission.
Meet St. Canard's Most Wanted.
Eat wanted, Starkling!
There's Megavolt, criminal circuit breaker.
It's playtime!
Quacker Jack, fiendish felon. Bushroot, experiment gone haywire.
I'm really not sinister, just misunderstood.
And diabolical evildoer Mega Duck.
A rotten kind of guy!
And only one superhero can stop them.
The original, Mr. Fix-It! Get him!
Darkwing Duck.
A new Optimus Prime is here.
I'll transform Optimus!
Power Master Optimus Prime, greatest leader of his time.
It's great to be back.
Now Optimus Prime is back as a Power Master. He only transforms when his Nebulon becomes his engine. Power Master Optimus Prime.
Look! Optimus is transforming into a super robot!
Power Master Transformers. They've got the power to surprise.
The earth lies shattered and broken. A ruined wasteland that is now struggling to sustain life. Humanity is near the end after a devastating global meltdown. The oceans have been boiled away in nuclear fire. The land is charred and disfigured, saturated with deadly toxins. Life is a nightmarish struggle. The radiation levels have created hideous, mutated human savages. Mentally deranged, they roam in search of food and water. Gruesome violence brings terrible death to those who encounter these murderous mutants. It is an orgy of chaos, madness on a global scale. Savagery knows no limits. There are no nations, no laws, no order. In this grim reality, the forces of good and evil are once more preparing to fight for the future of mankind. Far, far away, a star shines out from the blackness of space. A beacon for the lost, a symbol of hope, an unfailing comfort to those on a journey. Known as the North Star, it has, through the ages, meant many things to many men. Under this eternal light walks the namesake of this star, a man of power and purity. A living beacon of hope, destined to bring light into the darkness. He is a feared man, spoken of in hushed tones. A legendary fighter, able to call on secret powers. Violence is met with worse violence as Ken destroys the forces of his evil half-brother. Heads roll, bodies fall, and the earth runs red as Ken draws ever nearer to Shin's stronghold in the city of the Southern Cross. The scene is set for an epic struggle between good and evil. What Shin started cannot be stopped. Many will die trying. Many will run. But there is only one Fist of the North Star.